We're going to get started in 1 minute. Hey, Tom, how are you? Okay, let's see. This has the pages. Here, there's one. She was passing out the different numbers. Okay, sorry about that. Let's get started. We're going to start with a prayer, a prayer. If everyone can stand up, led by Councilwoman Dunn.
Dear God and our Father, as we come to you once again this hour in the morning, God, we just want to say thank you because you woke us up this morning, you started us on our way. God, I pray today for the mayor, for the police chief, for the council, for the administration, for the fire chief. God, I lift them all up to your throne of grace, and we are asking you to look down upon us. Father, we are in the budget hearing, but one thing you said in your word, you said in all thy ways acknowledge you and let you direct our path. We are asking for wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to do the right thing, not as men see it, but to do the right things in your sight, dear God. And we pray that you would bless us today. Open the doors you won't open, close the ones you won't close. And we won't be so forgetful to give you the praise because we know at the end, dear God, this city has been blessed and it will continue to be blessed as long as we put you in the head and you lead us and we follow. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Councilman Lahat, please lead us in the pledge.
Hand over your heart, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, Madam President. This is the 2026-2027 budget hearings for the Kenner City Council. We will call the departments in order. The first department will be the police department. I believe Chief Conley will be making the presentation.
Yes, ma'am. The council, mayor, administration, members of the public, the Kenner Police Department submits its budget for the 26-27 fiscal year. It's a standstill budget of approximately $27,388,703. It's a slight 0.6% increase over this year's fiscal budget. This budget includes outside revenues through grants, appropriations, the treasure chest agreements. That amount equates roughly to about $5.2 million. The Kenner Police Department has been successful in its recruiting and retention efforts thanks to the combined effort of the mayor, administration, this council, and my office. We currently have about 150 sworn gun-toting officers and 90 civilian employees. Those are your communications officers, booking officers, correctional officers, people that aren't post-certified. The median salary across all spectrums is about $54,000 from top to bottom. All these officers and employees need equipment, which is our capital costs, from protective gear to lethal and non-lethal weapons, computers, radios. We rely on technology such as body-worn cameras and the flock system. I want to thank Representative Villio, Senator Talbot, and Senate President Henry for awarding us with appropriations from the state to continue funding some of this technology. All those costs alone are about, well, it costs about $100,000 in equipment to equip each new officer, and a lot of the protective gear and vehicles and such have a shelf life which have to be replenished. Building repairs, upkeep, and maintenance also comprise part of our capital needs. Our building is now close to 24 years old, and mechanical systems are starting to fail. We do have a strong preventive maintenance program in place to stay on top of these issues, but they do come at a cost. We do maintain a communications center, a 911 center in our building that relies on capital needs for the CAD system and other electronic services. And we also have an IT section of one, and he maintains all our hardware, software, programs, and servers that are necessary to function, which is, bores into our capital costs. As a whole, crime rates continue to fall due to our collective efforts. We have added a drone section. We now have 4 or 5 drones. We have about 5 drone pilots that are very active throughout the city and the area. We assist New Orleans, Jefferson Parish, and surrounding areas as well. We've got a robust canine division that now comprises of drug detection dogs, smokeless black powder dogs, and a SWAT dog. We're looking to grow. So thank you for your continued support. Mr. Vanderbroek is here to answer any questions as to the meat of the budget. And I also afforded y'all a link to our annual report, which shows the grants. It identifies the grant monies that we receive and some of the other information that we spoke about over the last 2 days.
Thank you, Chief. I'm going to ask, so if any member of the public has any questions or comments, you each get 3 minutes, and anyone who on the council would like to speak, just make sure you get my attention. I think Councilman Lahat is lit up.
Yeah. Good morning, Chief. Thank you for being here. We always know we always support you. All your people this year getting 2% raises?
I'm sorry?
Is your men and women getting raises this year?
Yeah.
Payroll?
Yes.
All of them?
Whatever the city's putting in for increases, everybody will get.
Okay. All of your people are getting them, though, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The summary you said about the grants, a separate sheet. Can you explain that again?
So we apply, we're very aggressive in obtaining grants. We go outside to the Department of Justice, the state. There's several grants available that we probably get close to $3 million in grant monies. As that comes in, we don't get it aligned with our fiscal year, but as it comes in, it will go back to the general fund. But we show everything in this budget.
Yeah, and sometimes those grants take a while to come in. Is that accurate? So it's just...
Yeah, that and
can
state
come in.
appropriations. We're now getting money that was appropriated to us through the state last session. We're getting it now. So, we show that in this budget as well.
That's the 5.2 million you just stated?
Yeah, well, so between Villio and Senator Talbot, we get about $750,000 that we put towards the body-worn cameras and the flock system. It doesn't cover it 100%. It's about 75%. But we front the money through the general fund, and as that money comes in, Ms. Herring puts that back and replenishes the general fund.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I'd like to see if there's an itemization of those grants you get to maybe, help you guys in the future get more of that stuff from either the feds or the
Yeah,
state.
I would appreciate it. And that is all in the annual report. It's everything from, it's a posse grant for traffic that comes to the state, and we got the cops grant through the Department of Justice, and even Narcan, the state pays for our Narcan supply. So it's pretty detailed.
Okay. I'll pass you. Thank you so much. I'll pass you. Anybody else has any questions for right now? Thank you.
Councilman Wilmot?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I do have a few questions. First off, your budget is over 27 million, correct?
Is it over 27 million?
No, yeah.
Yes, sir.
And you said the median payroll is per person pay is 54.
Yeah, so just to go through it, our starting police officer makes $54,700 a year. Communication officers at $40,000, call takers at $32.5. Correction officers $34,000, booking officers $30,000, custodians $30,000, crime scenes $32,000. Of course, they get with the increases and the cost of living increases and whatnot. If you average the whole payroll for the Kenner Police Department together, the average salary is $54,000 from top to bottom.
And I'm going to go through some of the equipment, and I just want you to expound on it, if you will. Drones, in particular infrared, if you could describe those.
Yeah, so after that, we had a hairy situation our SWAT team was activated for in South Kenner probably about 2 years ago with a barricaded suspect. We had 3 officers get wounded by gunfire. We kind of reassessed our SWAT team and the capital needs for that SWAT team. And we have drones that have the capability of infrared, meaning they can determine a heat source inside of a structure or a pasture or a field, which could actually save officers' lives. So we do have drones that have the capability of infrared and heat sensing sources. We've increased the drone. We had a citizen, Mr. McMahon, who donated 2 new drones to our department because he's witnessed our drones activity in the field. We use them for surveillance, any SWAT role, any kind of situation in which these things, they go into structures when we do search warrants, they clear it so we don't have to put human infrastructure inside into the residents of the building until we're sure it's secure. So these drones, these flock systems, it's a game changer in law enforcement, but more importantly, it protects the community and saves lives, for law enforcement as well.
Motor vehicle fleet, how many do we have?
We have about 160 vehicles for enforcement purposes with 150 officers. We do have some pool cars, maybe about 20 pool units for when they get deadlined. We're going to be auctioning off about 30 cars that are surplus. They've given it their all, but they're either high in mileage, they're mechanical nightmares, or they've been involved in collisions. So I think our fleet's standing about 180, 184 vehicles. We do have other rolling assets, the armored vehicles. We just incorporated a motors division, 2 motorbikes for traffic enforcement, especially getting on these bike paths and dealing with these motorized scooters and bicycles and whatnot. So we're continuing to grow, but our rolling stock is more of a challenge than anything because a vehicle to upfit it and put it on the road for enforcement purposes costs about $70,000 a unit, and that cost is probably rising. So, since we've added about 60 officers to our force, it's a challenge to keep up with the rolling stock, but with y'all's assistance and the mayor's assistance, we've been able to do it. We still have 1 or 2 Crown Vics out there, but those things just won't die sometimes.
And motorcycles in particular, you just touched on them briefly just a minute ago. As far as the motorcycles, you have a new division now. That's totally new. We haven't had that before, correct?
Right, this is a first. So we're trying to, a little experimental. They got certified on the bikes about a month ago. They're doing escort certification now. We were able to get the bikes. They were surplus out of NOPD back to Harley-Davidson. They were cleaned up and checked mechanically, and we got 2 of them. They were about $21,000 a piece. This council approved that. So now we're excited to launch a motors division. They're still in training, but once they hit the road, well, one's already on the road for enforcement purposes. The other one's still in a different school for traffic enforcement, but, we'll certainly make a showing of it.
And just so the public knows, as far as motorcycles, how are they used differently than a motor vehicle?
Well, they can certainly navigate through traffic to get to the scene of a crash. They can get into areas that we need enforcement that a vehicle can't, such as, a lot of our walking paths, our parks, and things of that nature where we are getting complaints of people riding these motorized scooters or whatnot. But, it's a more efficient way to police and traffic enforcement.
We have an armored vehicle coming soon, I understand. If you can elaborate a little bit on that.
We do. So right now, our SWAT team, our tactical team has a big military surplus vehicle, which is, kind of too big for single-story structures. It's too heavy for soil or soft surfaces. It still has a purpose, and it can be used in tandem with this new Bearcat, which is basically on the base or chassis of a Ford F-550, but it's completely armored. It can get to somebody that might be injured, struck down, barricade that between a shooter or a barricaded suspect, and get them the medical assistance. But it can also breach a door with a push-pull, so we can put a robot in, put our drones in to secure it. But it's fortified, bulletproof, and it'll protect our personnel as well as any other civilian that might be between a barricaded suspect and us.
Okay, and we have speed trailers now. Speed trailers, we have 2 from what I recall. And how are those going? How's that program going?
Look, we've gotten a lot of positive feedback. We've gotten a lot of requests for it. We've had some lively discussions. I thank you for that because you spearheaded that about 6 months ago. They're in the field, and as people see them, we rotate them every week or two, depending on the complaints, our patrol requests. I know that we had a discussion about maybe getting one for each council district because I know y'all are getting phone calls as well requesting them. I think they do modify behavior, traffic behavior, but the more, I think we could use more of them.
Okay. So how many more do you have an idea?
Well, if we want to put one in each district, we need 3 more. And look, they've held up. I have my suspicions about them being solar powered and things of that nature, but we haven't had a glitch in the 2. So I think if we would go with the same 2. They have a platform to put a flock camera on if we so desire in certain, situations, that they can withstand that as well.
I know a concern with a lot of our citizens is speeding through residential areas, and I just want to know the data, if you will, on issuance of speeding tickets and so forth. How is that going?
It's going good. Okay, look, the number one complaint that I get, and I know y'all get through the city of Kenner, is traffic. And we issue about 800 tickets a month. It averages, some months are more, some are less, depending on how many crashes we have. We have about 300 or 400 crashes a month as well, I believe. So our, patrol does enforcement, traffic division does crash investigations. We have about 8 members in our traffic division. I want to beef that up, and as our recruiting is successful, and main priority is patrol division, because that's where the rubber hits the road. That's when somebody dials 911. We want to keep that 2 to 3 minute response time, and we want a lot of cars to get there. So once we continue backfilling the patrol division, we'll be able to go into the other divisions like traffic, investigations, and narcotics and whatnot.
And how's the number of citations issued? Do you have any data on that?
Yeah, it's about we average about 700 to 800 a month.
As far as your budget, when you're dealing with your budgetary matters, whether they're expenditures or income or that type of thing, everything flows through this council. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And as far as our rating, do you know the rating of our KPD today statewide? With the state, as far as how we fare up? I understand statistically we're in the top 10, but I just wanted to know from your perspective if that's accurate or if it's...
Yeah, so we're well regarded within the law enforcement community. I consider us a model agency. We don't pay for any accreditation services or anything of that nature because it's cost prohibitive for us. I'd rather put the money into manpower or equipment. But yeah, we're one of 26 training academies in the state. Other agencies send their recruits to us to train, so we take that as a serious compliment in that regard, that they trust us with the training of their personnel.
I think all is going well, though I do think that we need to maybe beef up issuing citations. That's what I get back from the citizens.
Oh, I agree. Okay. And we handle close to 4,500 calls for services a month, so it's just a matter of manpower.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Brannigan.
How you doing, Chief?
Good, sir.
I have some questions. Basically, the first thing I'd like to have is a detail of your budget. I'm sure you have your budget in the format like the city budget is, where it lists all the positions, salaries, expenses, and everything. I'd like to get a copy of that for me to review.
Okay.
One concern that I have is that when you look at the budget, the $27 million budget, we're hitting the general fund a lot on this budget, okay? This year, it's $9.2 million. Last year, it was $10 million, 9.2, 7.3. The year before that, it was 3.4. So it has hit the general fund a lot. So I want to look through your budget and look at all of the expenses and everything. A lot of the stuff that I had questions on, like state money, basically, you address that, you get $750,000. When you get extra money like that, how is it accounted for in your budget?
So Ms. Herring could probably speak to this better, but we show it in this budget as an ask, as part of our budget, and we spend it probably before we get it from the state. When it comes in from the state, it goes back into the general fund. So this $27 million, it's not 100% coming out of the general fund because we do get appropriations from the state. We do get grant money that goes back in the back end, but I'll defer to Ms. Herring.
Yeah, it's just not happening that way. So we had talked this morning too. So a lot of times our other departments, what we do is if we know we're getting a grant, and I know it's hard because like you said, sometimes there's a major delay and so we don't know, but I would recommend either we're gonna amend the budget when the money comes in to reduce the expenses, or don't include it in the number. And when you get the revenue, you know, we can float the cash, that's not the issue, but if we give, let's say he gets a grant for 500,000, if we give that now and then he gets 500, well now he can spend $1 million. So, and not that he's trying to do that, but just, I don't know, there's gotta be a better way, is all I'm saying. So, I don't think that they're trying to spend $1 million, it's just how it's been with the delays. So I don't know if everyone would rather move their capital to capital that rolls over. So the issue with operating in the general fund is on June 30th, that's it. There's no other entries that go in. Whatever is spent, you know, is spent. Whatever hasn't been spent rolls back into the fund balance. So with the delays from grants, especially equipment, I would recommend having a separate capital budget for the police department that, you know, the money flows in, they make the expense, and then it'll just net to zero at the end of the day. So we would want to include any match money we have in here. I know they have the COPS grant and things like that, so we have match money that does need to be budgeted in his operating budget. But just, I know we have a few days until y'all vote on the budget, so we can try to figure out maybe a better way. Maybe if you can identify, Keith, like what capital and what out of your capital is grant funded. Maybe we could just do a separate one.
I guess my question is this, okay? So you get a grant, okay? Let's say you have a piece of equipment you're buying for $500,000. And the city's $400,000 for easy numbers. And the city is responsible for 25%, and the grant is gonna pay 75%. So I guess my question is, are we funding 400,000?
Yeah, that's what I don't know. Yeah,
Okay,
that's what
in the budget, and then it's supposed to come back to us, okay? But I think it might be simpler to just fund the 25%, and that way the city knows that that's what we have to pay, and then when the grant comes in, then the other $300,000 would be funded by the grant.
Yeah, I know, the only concern that I can understand is if we don't get the grant, right? So a lot of times on the city side, we don't even budget that. So we're actively pursuing a grant. If we get the grant, then we put it in the budget. You know, y'all are adopting to approve a grant, and there's a match, and we amend it and move forward that way. So I don't know what the best way for them is, because I know he needs the equipment, so.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to slow down equipment purchases, you know, but it's a situation where if you're spending $500,000 on something and it's 25, 75, and we're paying $500,000 and the grant doesn't come in, then the city just lost $375,000, you know, so I think we need to look at that. Look, I'm not trying to slow down any equipment purchases. I understand where you're coming from on equipment. I mean, the council bought all new guns for the whole police department several years ago. Councilman Brennan came up with that, and I thought it was a great idea, and we've also done different things. But I think that we really need to look at the grant situation, because I want to make sure that when you get the grant, the money's going back to the general fund, and how the accounting runs between the police department and the city of Kenner.
Yeah, I got no problem with that at all. I defer to Ms. Herring and Mr. Wilbrook when it comes to the finances and the budget. I have no issue with that at all.
Okay. All right. On vehicles, we got 900,000 for vehicles. I know we've bought a lot of vehicles. That damn post is right in the way.
Yeah, I know.
We've bought a lot of vehicles in the last few years because we had an aging fleet, and it had to be done. Where are you in perspective to how many more vehicles do we need? How many need to be replaced? I'm glad to hear that you're doing an auction to try and recover a little bit of money. That makes sense. But on the vehicles, are you in good position now with I know we bought a bunch of Durangos and Explorers and whatever else, and you got some really good deals on them.
Right.
As we've talked in the past, you know, when you went to one place and you couldn't buy them here, you had to buy them out of state because we saved so much money doing that. I commend you for looking at and spending the money wisely like that. Where are we in the vehicle situation right now?
So we have a plan, a fleet plan to replenish vehicles when they get to a certain mileage or they become a mechanical nightmare. We spend more money in maintenance than we should. So I think we're getting to a comfort level, but you got to remember, you know, we now have like 60 more officers than we had 3 years ago. They need vehicles. You have to have a pool of vehicles. So I think we're at a comfortable level after this budget. This will bring in 13, 14 more cars for, it's not just patrol, but we have investigations as well, and those cars have to be upfitted. So I think by that time, we'll be able to kind of scale back some on the purchases of vehicles, yeah.
Okay, all right, and the next question, I have office account. I know that you added a lot of offices over the last 4 years, and where are you in relation to where you maximum, where you want to be with the count that you have now?
Well, I think the Kenner Police Department, at its highest, under Chief Conjimmy, had 180 officers. There was a little more populous back then. I'd be comfortable with 160, 165, mainly to beef up our traffic division, because that is the #1 complaint. So, you know, we have about 150, 155 right now. The retention's good, but I'm going to tell you the challenge is going to be that, you know, other agencies are paying a lot more, and we've lost 4 or 5 this year to other agencies, be it the federal government or, you know, some outside agencies. So, you know, that's going to be a moving target. But I'd like to maintain about 160, 165 officers.
So we're very close to that.
Oh, yeah, yes.
So the expense that we had with adding the extra offices, we're not going to have that tremendous
That's
expense
correct.
again.
That's correct.
So
We made that was a heavy lift that I want to thank you all and the mayor and the administration for to get us there. But I think the heaviest lifting has been done as far as recruiting. Now we just got to work on retention.
Okay, when you guys seize money, what happens with that? That's part of your budget?
No, that's in an outside account. That's dedicated to like narcotics, equipment, buy money, things of that nature. So we use that for, you know, that's one-time expenditures. That has bought, you know, a vehicle or two for undercover purposes. That comes to this council as well.
Okay. How much was your seized money last year, last budget, taken in?
Probably. Yeah, I'll have to defer to Liz. I believe last year it was closer to $300,000,
Yeah, right now the balance is sitting right over $1 million.
but that's accumulated over the years.
Okay.
Correct.
And you using that to upgrade equipment and stuff like that? And we have a detail on that, Liz?
Yeah, I can pull the activity. We send them like a quarterly report, but I could pull the activity and send it.
I'll send you whatever you need dealing
Okay.
with these funds, yeah. You can't really rely on that because it's not
No,
constant.
no, I understand that. It's up and down. And the motorcycle division, I'm not a big fan of motorcycles. I like to be surrounded by a car when I'm driving. I know we got 2 of them. What is your thinking on that? Are you trying to get 20 or I mean?
So, you know, we're starting with 2. We're going to see how that works. If
Okay.
it turns out that, you know, there's not a big demand for them, we'll just stay at 2.
How much do you have in your budget for that particular piece of the puzzle?
Well, that comes into our capital. The 2 motorcycles cost together probably $43,000,
Right.
$21,000 a piece, a lot cheaper than a patrol car. So that's more beneficial to the budget than more of a burden to it.
Okay, offices, motorcycles. I like the speed trailers that the council bought. I think you need one in each district. That's something to review for the future. Tickets, 800 tickets is a bunch. If you go sit on 32nd Street in Williams, you could probably write 800 a day on the no turn on red. And the speeding in subdivisions is a big problem, and it's the residents that are in the subdivisions. I had a lady come running out, I got a ticket, how can you help me? I said, you need to go to Williams Boulevard and pay the ticket. You can't help me? No, I can't help you. You know, if you're speeding and you get a ticket, go pay the ticket. That's the way it is.
Wasn't that you, wife?
Yeah. Okay. All right. I think that's it.
All right, as far as the working with Ms. Herring and your office, as far as how we budget these funds, whatever you need, you know, I don't have a problem with however you want it
Okay.
categorized or, you know, styled in the budget.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councilman Brannigan. Councilmember Dunn.
Thank you, Council President. And I don't want to sound redundant on this, but I think it's important that we do understand the reimbursement part. The reason I'm saying that, because, you know, you said it's about $2 million. And if the money is coming out of the general fund until you are reimbursed, just let us be a little open about it, because we do have to vote on that. And I think that the residents will understand that that money is not really city money, that's grant money. And I do remember we voting to receive these grants for different things. So that money is not coming from, I mean, on the front end, it comes from the budget, from the city budget, but on the back end, it does go back in. So I just want to see during the year, as that money is put back into the general fund, that we know how much it is, because that is a lot of money coming from the police department, from the general fund, but knowing that that money is going back into the general fund, I just want to make sure that's open, you know, when that happens, because I know we have to vote on it. When we receive a grant, we have to vote on receiving that grant. And I think just keeping the residents aware that this money is going back into the general fund. I do
Look, I'm all on
appreciate that.
transparency. I'm proud of how
Yes.
aggressive we are and how we go out and get these grants to save money in the general fund. And it was my impression that that money was going back in the general fund, and I'm certainly willing to work with the council and the administration to make sure that happens. You know, we expect some appropriations money this year. The lag time is really just with appropriations. Grant money, as it comes in, you know, we get it and we use it. It funds some positions or whatnot. But the appropriations money sometimes takes a year to go through the bureaucracy in Baton Rouge. But certainly, I'm very open to transparency, and you know, whatever Ms. Herring feels is best practices for this money, I've never been opposed to that as well. I've never really had a part in how it is budgeted. I leave that to the professionals.
Okay, and I would
I
like
just
to.
go beg for the money and get it and bring it home.
Okay, and I will agree with Councilman Brennan that we should have something separate, because that's a lot of money that goes into the police department. I do agree with him on
Thank you,
that.
Councilman Brennan, for that input.
Thank you, Councilman Dunn, Councilwoman Dunn. Councilman Sharworth? Schwarth?
You put Ronnie.
Ronnie, yes. Thank God I don't have to say your name that much longer.
Thank you, ma'am. Chief, been fantastic for the last 4 years working with you.
Thank you.
You had
Enjoy
great
working with
vision.
you as well.
Great vision. Brought the department that was struggling. We helped you out money-wise, equipment, whatever you needed, we got it. One of the things I think we ought to stress that mutual aid between Kenner Police Department and Jefferson Parish. Some of our equipment we have, if Jefferson Parish JPSO needs it, there are more loans there that you all can respond and assist Jefferson Parish as well. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And it's same thing with, if we don't have the equipment, they'll come up and help us. And not only the equipment with vehicles, but the specialized units, SWATs, whatever you need. It's mutual agreement between a lot of the sheriff's office and law enforcement. That's one thing that we're leading that stage, you know. I don't know if JPSO's got the same equipment that we have, but I'm glad to see that we're leading. And they need us as much as we need them, and you're bringing it forward. Thank you so much for doing that for the city. But yeah, I wish I'd be here another 4 years, but I love working with you, and we'll talk again.
All right, well, Laura, on behalf of the men and women of the Kenner Police Department, thank you for everything you've done for us. And you talk about mutual aid and working with other agencies. We're networked so well, you know, our commanders and whatnot with other agencies that just recently, you know, we busted through the Major Crimes Task Force, which is a task force that we're members, one of the several we're members of, a mail-in identity theft and porch pirates that went all the way up to Tennessee. So, you know, we couldn't do that without the support of this council, the administration, because it does take some wherewithal, it does take some equipment. The flock system has been crucial for that. So thank you for everything you've done for us as well.
Councilman Lahat?
Ms. Herron, question for you. This is probably going to be a running total question today. The proposed change in the fund balance from $21,799,736 to $9,562,517 evidenced on page 12. How much of that, the change, relates to any type of increase in the police department, if any?
So, yeah, Councilmember Brannigan had spoke a little bit about it. So the police budget is a little over 27 million, but their funding formula calls for about 18.2 million. So that means we're going into the fund balance $9.2 million to fund their budget.
And what is the difference between this year, the 9.2, based on what we did last year?
So the difference is because their funding formula is based on revenues. When revenues change, then their funding formula changes. So last year we went into the fund balance 10 million for them. Revenues are up a little this year, so that's why, because they're a standstill budget this year. So his expenses are the same. It's just that we are receiving more revenue this year. So we're going less into the fund balance.
Okay, so the impact is not, it's not police when it comes to this proposed change in the fund balance?
It is every year. So
I know-
every
I
year
know it
we've been
is.
giving 10 million.
I'm based on the prior comparison years.
We're going into the fund balance almost the exact same as last year.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councilman Lahat. And I just have one or two questions. First, kind of a statement, actually. I do think that it's important for all capital expenses to be expensed as capital, so the police department in the future should have, you know, the allocated capital in a capital budget, just so we can have a running total of what we're devoting to police as well, and then also to have it year over year, so in case the funds do come in, we won't be lost to the general fund. So I think that's important, and I think that's an important change that we should, you know, put into the budget this year. And then secondly, I think that my only other question, or actually statement, is that I think it's great how the police department has been going after grants and all the additional funding to fund all of these capital needs and fund all the needs. And I just, kudos to you. I think that I just appreciate all your efforts in doing that. So, okay. If anyone doesn't have any other questions for the police department, we can move on. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chief.
And again, I'm sending y'all the annual report, which has a lot of stuff detailed, and, whatever you want to get together on later as far as maybe a funding source in the future so we're not into the general fund, I'm all for that as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. The next department we have is going to be the Fire Department. Chief Morris. It's page 146.
Great, thank you and welcome. I just invite you to, you can get started, present the budget, and then we'll have questions.
Good morning. Thank you, Council and Administration. Our current total expenditures for the year is $16,771,779, which is a 8.5% increase over last year. We have revenues from property tax, which the millage increase of $11,452,652. We have a franchise tax of $220,000, and we get a parking tax from the airport parking for $3 million this year, which is $14,722,802, and we have the rest of our budget from the general fund. When the public thinks of safe communities, the first thing that comes to mind is personal safety. That's how quickly does the police come when you need them. When I think of safe communities, I not only consider personal safety, but also what happens when I or my loved one have a medical emergency, accidental fire in my home, or a serious accident on the streets of the community. Our goal is to provide the best protection to the residents of Kenner, both permanent and temporary. Last year, we responded to 150 reports of fire, 905 medical calls.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't hear me. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
And talk.
I'm speaking. Can y'all hear me?
Can you, not really. Can you talk a little louder?
Test.
Good, that's loud enough.
That's loud enough? Okay. What about right there? That's good?
Perfect.
Okay, great. All right, our goal is to provide the best protection to the residents of Kenner, both permanent and temporary. Last year, we responded to 150 reports of fire and 905 medical calls. We're responding to fewer fire-related incidents, which isn't unique to Kenner, but a national trend, and more medical and hazard-type incidents. You think about the trench rescues and stuff that we had within the community. We put forth a millage to increase the dedicated funding for the fire department, which the citizens approved, for fire protection, so we're not so dependent on the general fund. As I said, our revenue, where it comes from, and our expenditures. We increased the starting salary for the fire department to $13 an hour. We have one of the highest starting salary packages in the region. We completed 14,122 hours of certification training provided to our members in areas such as rope rescue, instructor 1, officer 1 and 2, incident safety officer, emergency medical responder, and we just completed emergency medical technician basic training for 14 of our members. We completed a build of Station 38 at 325 Duke Street. We're designing a new Station 35 on Williams and 24th Street. We received the 2 new fire trucks, Rescue 379 and Engine 398, and placed them in service. We have on order another engine with an expected delivery date beginning in 2027, and an aerial for a delivery date of 2029. It's a 40-month build time for that aerial device. This will have our 7 frontline trucks, all under 11 years old. We purchased many new tools for our trucks, some handheld tools and other major tools like for the new rescue unit. Our forward-looking goals are to establish medical response units and help eliminate some of the wear and tear on our apparatus. We currently have 128 members in the department. 108 of those persons are suppression members. 124 members in the department. And we have 31 units, 16 vehicles, the 11 fire trucks, 1 ATV, 1 high water vehicle, and 1 boat. So with that, I'll take any questions, man.
Excuse me. Any questions? Councilman. Okay, well, we're going to start from this end and we'll work our way. So Councilman Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, would you just go through the numbers of, that you went through right at the end, the number of personnel, please?
We have 108 suppression members and a total of 124 employees. So we have 12 office staff, administrative personnel.
Is that all you have? Councilman Brannigan?
The fires that we had, how many were building fires, houses, businesses?
We tried running that report in the new record management system that we have, but we weren't able to pull that report directly out. Yeah, we're averaging 40 to 60 fires a year, structure fires.
Okay.
John, can you pull that fucking report this morning?
Is that all, Councilman Brannigan? Yes. Okay. Councilman Wilmot?
Chief, you mentioned that we had one boat.
Yes.
And describe how that's being utilized.
We use that boat. It's mainly designed when we have issues in Lake Pontchartrain to send guys out to assist members in the lake within this jurisdiction. Well, our jurisdiction technically stops at the water's edge, but we're not going to leave somebody out in the lake
And
stranded.
we have men that are, or women that are trained in.
Yes, and we do deploy that sometimes. We have deployed it for USAW events. We had the issue, we sent it up to Baton Rouge to assist the USAW rescue with that a few years back. I think that was 2020.
And how many members are trained with that?
I don't have the exact number of members trained in surface water rescue in front of me.
Is one boat sufficient?
Yes.
Okay. And how many members do we have again with the
108.
KFD? 108. With 12 staff, you said, huh?
Right.
12.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's a total of 120?
24.
24.
I mean, no, yeah, we have 124, so my math's off. It's 16 administrative members, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And I'd like to increase that number of staffing because, as I said, we're doing more medical response and to put in the 2 medical sprint units to cut down on the wear and tear on our fire trucks, to utilize that to respond to the medical emergencies because we're doing a large portion of those.
And do we have a volunteer department still?
No. Not to my, I don't know if it's still in existence. It doesn't have any affiliation or any direct contact with the paid side, the professional side.
Okay, so you're unaware of that, if
Right.
there is?
I know that there was a Kenner volunteer at one time.
Okay, and how many stations do we have, just for the record?
6.
6, and they're all functional, covering the whole city?
We have the temporary stations for Station 35, which was in front of 1801 Williams Boulevard. That was demolished as part of the City Hall demolition project. And we have there in the old brake tag station and residential trailer that's attached to that.
So all the areas connected to that region, it's covered by the other stations?
Yes. And actually, that station moving closer to the north side of the city benefits our response times because we had that area right just north of I-10 where we weren't able to meet the PL time for that, but moving it to that point gives us over 90% coverage of the city.
And how's the new station running?
It's running great to my knowledge. It looks good.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. Yeah, no question about it.
It's functional.
It's functional now as
Right.
opposed to what we had before with the
Yes.
trailers, I'm sure.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, very good. Okay, I'm glad it's in action. We needed that, so.
Yes, and as well as the new apparatus too. As I said, we with the order of the last 2 units that we ordered, and like I said, we have a 40-month build time on the aerial, which is designed for the station next door. we'll have, for the first time, all of our frontline 7 units will be under 11 years old. When I came in 2018, we were running 30-year-old frontline equipment here.
And how's your apparatuses, how they're running today? We have several new ones, I know.
Yeah, we have several new ones. They're being maintained. We still have the loaners because of the age of the fleet prior, that now we have that, and our maintenance bills are going down as associated because now we have new equipment, so we're spending fewer dollars on maintenance for the apparatus going forward.
And how's your budget?
Currently, my budget is where we could always use more, more for equipment, training, and salaries for the guys to make certain we're not losing as many members to other departments, same as the police department, but I think that's a common occurrence throughout the first responder industry. Guys go to other places because they can make a few dollars more, and it's hard for a municipality or department to keep up, to be at the top of that list all the time, because there's always somebody trying to knock you off the top.
Okay. And you have any numbers on hand that you can share with us?
As far as
your budget?
To increase, well, as I said, I'd like to go from 108 to 120 in terms of suppression staff, and that way we could staff the medical sprint units as well. And that would, and off the top of my head, additional 12 persons probably would run us somewhere in the neighborhood of about $800,000.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councilman Wilmot. Councilman Brannigan has one more question.
On the trucks, Chief, you said that when you came in, we had 30-year-old vehicles. Now the average age is 11. And I know
Not 11 yet. I said in 2029, when we get the last area and the average age, well, the oldest truck will be 11 years old.
Okay, so basically, I know we've talked in the past about you don't want to have to go buy 6 trucks in 1 year.
No.
It's impossible because of the amount of time it takes to build them, one, and the cost that it would cost the city. So you're staggering these trucks. So we had 2 new ones come in. We got another one, and you said it's going next door? Where?
That's the one for 2029 that's going next door.
Yeah, okay.
That's it.
So what is the lifespan, like if we have an 11-year-old truck? Because there have been a lot of posts about gauges being messed up and equipment on the trucks, different things having problems and broken. We're starting to get to a point where with newer trucks, that should not be the problem. And I know that I talked to Mr. Dwyer, and he said that the new maintenance contact is fixing those things, okay? I mean, maintenance contract is fixing those things. So I guess what I'd like to know is, on the trucks that are older, do you see, and I guess in the next 5 years, we're gonna have to start replacing those, correct?
Well,
What's the lifespan on it?
the lifespan, well, the NFPA recommendation is 15 years on the front line.
Okay,
And then 5 to 10 years. I think the new standard came out reducing it to 5 years, but it had been 10 years as a reserve spare apparatus. So it was about 25 years for those. We have, once we get to the 11, we have a replacement plan in place to replace a unit every 2 years that will keep our 7 frontline units under the 15-year frontline response standard set by NFPA.
okay, well, that's great planning, I like that. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Councilman Brannigan. Councilman Lahat?
Chief, thank you for coming today. I have a bunch of technical questions. How many firemen do you have that are between the 0 to 3 year experience rate? And how many firemen do you have that are currently above the 23-year rate with your department? Do you have that information?
Let me see if I can pull that up for you. I'm not going to be able to give you an exact figure on it. I know we've hired, in the last, we probably have about 20 guys that's under the 3-year mark, and maybe another 20 that would be above the 23-year mark. I don't have that exact number for you.
All right.
As to the length of service of each and every member of the department, is what you're asking.
Okay, I was told one of your accountants was coming today. Sam Monaset, is that the guy that does y'all's accounting?
Yes.
Okay. I was told he was coming today. I want to get that information. I'd like
Right.
to get him here at some point. My question is.
Well, I could give you that information. I just didn't know that was a particular question. If you
No, I know.
Right.
Look, we're here today to do it, and I
Right.
should have given you a little bit more advance notice, but we're very busy.
62 are not within that range.
62 in the both in that range? Okay. The members between the statutory minimum pay requirement of year 3 to 23, they're getting the 2%, correct?
Correct.
All right. Are those guys you just mentioned not getting, and the women not getting the 2% this year?
Correct.
Okay. My initial review of the numbers and everything, and I could be wrong, but I think Mr. Monaset might be able to answer this. Maybe you can. But to give those guys the 2% raise would be about $169,000. I could be wrong. Could be.
It's somewhere in that neighborhood.
Okay.
We calculated that, or we did that calculation based on litigation that we have and what the expenses would be and stuff like that. But it's not, as I explained to, we met with the mayor and administration and with the attorneys, that it's not in the best interest of the city to do that. It creates multiple problems for us with the litigation that we have before us. One of the simplest problems of it is just to give them the 2% raise creates a compression issue at year 3 and 4, and then it creates a delta issue at year 23 and 24. So we can give we can adjust the pay plan by the 2%. We're in this situation because all this is from 1991. This isn't stuff that just was created. This has been here in the city of Kenner since 1991, that they were not following the statutes in relationship to pay and all those things, promotional rate, longevity increases, and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I'm familiar with all that.
Okay, so that's why, in order to do it, we can increase the starting salary. We can adjust the pay scale, and increase everybody to 2%. But when you try to single out groups like that, you get put into the situation that we currently find ourselves in.
Yeah, but if you style it as a supplemental pay and not an adjustment on the longevity or base pay.
I'm sorry, you style it as a supplemental pay?
If you style it as a supplemental pay for these guys to get the raise. Look, I'm familiar with the lawsuit.
Right.
It's been sitting in Jefferson Parish since January of last year. Nothing's happened in a year and a half. I've seen all the allegations in the lawsuit. And before you were here, and I'm looking at some history data I looked at last night, I think they all got the 2%. Within the statutory minimum requirement, in the 0 to 3, and the 23 to plus.
Correct.
And I have reviewed all this, and I'm an attorney as well, and I don't see how. Well, I guess the next question, before I even get to the legal nuances of this, do you have the money right now in the budget to give these guys the 169, or do you need it from us?
I probably need it from you guys, and it's not just 169, it's also the burden that goes on top of that, which is about 55%. When I speak of burden, I talk about the pension, the FICA, all the other benefits that's added to that. That would be a base, and then you have the pension contributions that the city has to make, which is now I think it's 30%, and those types of issues
Okay.
that go on top of that.
Does Mr. Milesat know that? If I'd ask him that, like the exact numbers? I'm not trying to drag. Look, Conley brought Mr. Vanderbrook here, knows all those numbers, and I'm not expecting you to know every single number sitting here. So I'm not throwing that out on you. I really want some data on what it could be.
We can produce that for you.
Yeah, can he come over here today and tell us that while we're all sitting here?
I'll probably get him over here. Will he have that number readily available? Yeah, and I don't think he would.
'Cause, I mean, look, I've just been, we passed the millage, and, we built a firehouse, and the administration, they've done a lot, and we've done a lot for you
Done a
guys.
tremendous amount, we appreciate it.
We've
Bought
settled
new
the
equipment.
retirement fund
increased
lawsuit.
salaries, settled lawsuits.
I-
We're in the middle of one.
And I'm just going to be frank with you. When we passed the millage, I did not expect some of these guys and women not to get the raises. And I just asked Conley over here when he was here. They're all getting them. And I just,
And I would love for them to get it too. It's not
I
something
don't
I'm-
understand. I know there's an ongoing lawsuit.
Exactly.
Okay? But
And we've met with them many times, myself, the attorneys, the mayor, this administration, to bring something to the table to settle this. This has been going on since July of 2023. Not last year, January. July of 2023 was when the original lawsuit was filed. And we've been asking them, come to the table, tell us first of all, what's wrong with it? What's the reason behind the lawsuit? We haven't had anything yet.
I know
And-
there's a lot of allegations in the lawsuit.
Right.
I'm strictly looking at the 2% COLA that everybody else is getting in the city. And to me, if it's 169 plus some adjustment on whatever needs to be done, I'd like Mr. Monisset to tell us what it is, because I want to work on that for them. And I want to make sure they get that money this year to put it in, and assurances that it would go forward. So I'd like to get him here at some point to explain that if you could.
He's on his way.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I'll pass for now if you want. Do you have any questions? Yeah, I'll pass for now, for anybody else.
Okay.
I'll keep going. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Ronnie.
Thank you, ma'am. Chief, I need to get some history, if you don't mind. You're retired from New Orleans Fire, correct?
Yes.
Does New Orleans Fire give the 2% mandated raises to the firemen?
For
When
what
you,
we-
when you was on New
for-
Orleans, did y'all get the 2% pay raise like the Kenner does?
Well, that's a long story with a lot of moving parts to it, Councilman. Originally, we weren't. Had a lawsuit that the city had to mandate it, and then we started getting it from the years 3 through 23. We didn't get them beyond year 23.
Okay. When you finally got the money, did the 2% go from firefighters' pay, or did it come from your present rank at that time? Like you was a district chief, I would imagine.
Yes.
So when you did get your 2%, did you get it on your salary at the time? Do you remember?
No, it was built in part of the salary pay plan, because the 2% is based off of firefighter salary, not a district chief salary. A district chief makes a percentage more than a firefighter, so the 2% went to the firefighter salary, and then every rank was adjusted accordingly based on the statute.
So that's how New Orleans handled it,
That's how pretty much every department handles it
and every department then handles it now.
in the state, yeah.
Right. And again, I said it before, differentiate between a firefighter and a fireman is a firefighter is the rank, and a fireman is a person on the fire department, whether that's a male or female. And that's where the chief keeps coming up and says that it's mandated that the firefighters get a 2% raise, and it's not the firemen getting a 2% raise. That's one of the big differences. And then there's a huge difference when you start making $30,000 a year or you're making $90,000 a year. That 2% is huge, especially when you start making at the end of your career. Beginning of your career, you make nothing. You make your money at the end of your career, and that is the money that goes into your pension that you'll be paid for the rest of your life. Raises. Everybody, the city employees are getting a 2% raise. It's hard for the citizens of Kenner to realize that the Kenner Fire Department, the members of the Kenner Fire Department are not city employees. They're civil service employees. So therefore, they don't get the same benefits, raises that the City of Kenner employees get. It's a big difference there, and it's going to show on this budget. Kenner employees get a 2% pay raise this year, no matter what your rank, no matter what you are. But if you are a Kenner fireman, you're going to get a 2% raise off of firefighters' pay. Not captain's pay, not chief's pay, not operator's pay. You're going to get a 2% off of firefighters' pay. Police department, if you're a captain, you're going to get a 2% pay raise at captain's pay. They're not the same as firemen. So that's something else that people's going to look at and they're going to shake their head, but that's just the way it is. Firemen are civil service employees and not employees of the City of Kenner. Structure fires, not every call you go to is a structure fire. Trust me, I know. I've been to too many false calls. And whether you're saying you got 40 to 50 structure fires a year does not mean that you're going to have 40 to 50 houses that are going to be totally destroyed. Some could be food on the stove, where it can just be cabinets damage or minimal damage. So that's structure fires. 399, the biggest waste that you have on your department. That's by far, that is the biggest waste, 399. Rescue for Lake Pontchartrain falls under United States Coast Guard. Recovery falls under the Wildlife and Fisheries. We can assist, provided that the weather is okay in Lake Pontchartrain. Anything over 13 miles an hour, you can't take that boat safely out on there. To have that boat for urban rescue, it's totally ridiculous. The boat got a 90 horsepower Honda engine on it. If you're doing urban rescue, you sure don't need an engine that's big, especially when the police department has the right vessels, boats, to do urban rescue. It's 399 is just a waste. I said it when it first came into service. It was donated to us, and I say just give it back to Jefferson Parish, let them have it, and let PD rescue. They got man, y'all can assist with them as far as that goes. Station 35, when it's going to be proposed to be built, do we have an estimated time frame on when that station could even possibly be put in service?
I'd love to have it in service next year, but with design and funding and those other components that have to go in place, money.
We don't have a clue.
Money.
Really, it's money, and it's estimated that this station here, Station 38, was a little over $6 million.
Yeah, somewhere in 6 million.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah.
And Station 35, we're looking at $10 million.
Yes. And probably increasing.
And again, depending on how
Station
long.
38 started at 3.7 in 2020.
Yeah.
So,
with the price of
right.
things that we don't know.
So it's increasing, yes.
You can't estimate even
Right.
how high the price is going to be. So,
What the final number would be, no, we can't. We
right,
give
yeah,
you
10 million is not a bad number. You know, it really
Right.
isn't. Trucks coming in, trucks going out, 15 years. I don't agree with the insurance rating that where a truck is 15 years and then you got to mothball
Well,
it
that's in
because,
the PA.
yeah.
That's not insurance.
I don't agree with 15 years. These trucks last well more than that. And there's nickel a diamond, you to death. It's not that bad. you know, compared to.
No,
still-
and it's not actually a necessary requirement or a necessary evil, so to speak. You can keep them in longer than that if you want to, but the main reason for the turnover front line at 15 years is for the safety features that develop over years. I mean, you think about your car you're driving, you used to have the old little mirror on the side. Now you got the light that lets you know something's on the side of you now. You know, you have all those safety features that's added into it over the years that why NFPA asked to change them out at 15
Yeah,
years.
1901 has gone crazy.
So,
I mean, the striping, the lights, how we used to have the gumball light on the top, the little fireballs in the back.
Right.
Now everything is strobe lights, got to be illumination.
visibility.
And the striping used to be 2 inches, now it's got to be 6 inches. The number of strobes on the truck, the prices of fire trucks are going
Through the roof.
outrageous, through the roof. You know, before we used
You
to
think
change.
about the 222s we have, we paid $960,000 for two, and the one we just got was $800 and almost $900,000 for one, for the same basic truck.
Yeah,
So
we used to be able to change light bulbs, now you change the whole fixture because
Changed
it's just
everything.
one. Yeah,
Excuse me, Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk? What the light bulbs on the fire trucks have to do with the budget? Can we move this along?
Yes, if you can wrap it up. Thanks.
I was just going into the maintenance part.
Okay.
Okay, that's how, and the price of the fire trucks is going to skyrocket and things like that. Again, city employees are getting the 2%. I noticed you're getting more than a 2%. Can you tell us why? Is it justified?
I put in for an increase for chief administration and myself because of, first for him, for the chief administration Dyer, he makes, there are some captains on the job that make more than he makes. And mine is competitive salary with the rest of the departments and large departments in the area. I'm the lowest paid chief in this area, about $20,000. And still am with this increase.
Right, it just comes with the territory, you know?
That's it.
But if you want to be chief here, I'm sorry, but this is what we pay, okay? If you don't like it, I'll just say like the firefighters, you don't like it, you can go somewhere else. Ms. Chief Dyer's salary is increasing a lot. I didn't realize he was making that little, because that $114,000 is present pay. It's, some of the lowest base captains make more than that. And you're a chief administration officer, second in command, you should be making more than $114,000. I don't know how that figure got, was that ever that low, but you should be making more than that. 135, I don't know if that's the competitive salary for that, but it's close. It's going to be close to that. With the firemen not getting a 2% pay raise, I think the formula is pretty simple. You take your W-2, times it by 2%, and that's what you should be getting. I think everything your W-2 is everything that's in there that you should have that's required by law for your 2% pay raises. I got a 2% pay raise throughout my whole career when it was given a 2%, and I don't see why we have to stop at 23. Don't see it. There's no reason why we have to stop at 23 and why the first 3 years the guys can't get it. Like Councilman Lahat said, it's not a tremendous, I know it's recurring expenses because it's 2% this year, 2% next year, and it keeps on going for 2% every year. The millage that we get doesn't go up 2% every year. So sooner or later, the budget is going to surpass the income coming in. Said before, it's inevitable. We went 40 years ago without getting the pay increase on the homestead exemption, and now we're paying for it. And I totally, it's cancer. It's growing, and your budget's growing, and that's just the way it is. So I just hope that eventually we equal everything out, that we can pay the firemen without having to go into the general fund. Hopefully the income comes up for the fire department, and we can pay the guys. Okay? Well, I sure appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Dunn?
Yeah, Chief, I want to know exactly right now, what's our fire rating again? I can't
Class
remember.
1.
Huh?
We're currently a Class 1. We actually was at one point the highest rated class department in the state, and I think we're number 2 now.
Okay. At 168,000 with the 2%, I personally would like to sit down, because I didn't realize, and I made this very clear with the firemen, that a lot of this stuff get complicated because of the state, what the state require, and how much they make, and 2% on top of that every year. So I want to know exactly, because, you know, right now we're just throwing out numbers, but I want to know exactly if it's 168,000, as you said, it's not just 168,000 a year for the raise. It also involved other things on that. So I want to sit down with the fire department, with you all, and figure out just how much this would really cost and how much it would go into the general funds and what happened with the millage on that for them. Because if we have to go by the state pay raises, which is the 2% that they will be receiving on top of whatever every fireman makes, because undoubtedly this is what you're saying now, that it's not just the 168 what it would cost us, but it will cost us, you know, the retirement into whatever else it is. So I would like to have a little bit more information on that when it comes down to the firefighters' raise. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councilman Dunn. So I want to start, I have some questions to start with. So are the training, so I looked at professional development and fire suppression, and they have $200,000. Is that training that's covered for their personnel, or what is that $200,000 for? So like, because you mentioned training that, you know, everyone has different training. Is that covered for the personnel, or do they have to pay for it independently?
I'm sorry.
Or do they have to pay for it, like, does the fire department cover training, I guess is what I'm asking.
Excuse me. Yeah, we cover the training, and that's what it's for.
Okay.
The trainings that we're looking to do are region-specific. As fire chief, you know, our job is to protect the community from whatever threats, incident response types are unique to this community. In other words, I wouldn't send our guys to ice water training or frozen lake training, because they will never use that.
You never know.
But yeah, we had a snowstorm a couple of years ago. I enjoyed it. But nevertheless, we wouldn't generally train for that. We train for what is specific to this community. Think about that international airport right behind you, or that mini fuel farm right there that you see those tanks blow up.
Probably no mountain rescue training.
Right. So that's the types of training that we pay for in the department, as well as just creating an overall better department. Like I said, with officers becoming Officer 1, Officer 2 certified, to teach them how to be better, to make certain that they are better captains, instructor training, those types of training, as well as the technical rescue components of the job that go along with that. So to cover the cost of those trainings, we put in a training officer so we can manage most of those in-house instead of having to send people outside for it.
Right, okay.
As well.
And so when they're doing the training, do they get paid to
Yes.
do training? Okay, okay. And then, okay, so that's good. So their training is covered and they get paid to do the training. My other question is, and my main concern is, you know, I think I share with all of my fellow council members, is that you know, there are some significant raises for fire personnel in the administration. And, you know, obviously we spoke about the chief administration and officer, as well as the fire chief. And there does seem to be some raises for fire training officers, fire prevention, that are built into the actual budget because the numbers are different. The systems specialist, I'm assuming that those people are between the 20 years, the either, not the 62 people who are not designated the 2% cost of living raise as well. Is that correct? Is that how it's depicted in the budget currently?
That's how it's, yeah, that's how it's
Okay.
currently depicted, those that would fall outside.
Okay.
Not-
So I'm very concerned. I mean, I think, I understand what you said about, the lawsuit and all of those, your concerns. But if I was working, I put myself in my position, right? If I was working at a position for 20, especially for let's take the 24 or I have the numbers. The 24 that are under 3 years. If I had been, or the 38 who were under 3 years, if I had been working for 23 years in an organization, if I was any member of the 24 people, I would have a serious problem with, reaching a plateau in my career at 23 years. And I feel like that we're doing, one of the things that I campaigned on was high level of fire police protection. And this is creating a cultural issue, I don't think that meeting a plateau in your career for raises, unless you get promoted, is doing anything that is productive. And I think I personally do not feel that anyone in the administration deserves any raises unless all 24 of those people get a 2% COLA raise. And I don't think that's asking very much. I think that's respectful. All of these people are leaders within the organization. And if you can't respect the leaders of the organization, how do you expect the rank and file to want to achieve, to have any culture, have a positive, they're not going to want to go to the table to discuss anything with you if they don't feel respected. And I think that all of this is about respect. I mean, I don't think they respect you. I don't think you respect them. And I think that is an issue that me and we as a council, we need to do something to overcome that. And I want to take the step forward. I challenge you. I challenge Captain Dyer. I challenge everyone within the fire administration to do something, to take that first step in order to move this forward, because it's not good for the citizens of Kenner. It's not good for the administration. It's not good for any of us. And I quite honestly want to move forward. And I think that it's like I said, I don't think that it's respectful to the employees, and I don't think it's respectful for the citizens of Kenner, because you're not doing what's right by, the people that you represent and the people that you lead. And I'm not saying any disservice to you, but I challenge you that, and I'm not going to approve a budget that doesn't include that. And that doesn't include, that's going to include a raise for you that doesn't include for everyone else. So we can talk together. We can, I want to go with the administration. We just need to figure out a way to make one small step so we can all feel more comfortable as the council, as the administration, and as the fire department, because we all have a goal to serve the citizens of Kenner at the highest level, and we need to meet that goal. So, Councilman LaHatte.
Yeah, me either. I'm not voting unless they get the raises. Mr. Monisset, I'm really sorry for summoning you here today. I thought you were coming, so if you're off kilter or anything, I totally understand. I didn't mean to make you show up in front of all these people and talk, okay? If you don't know the exact numbers, I get it. You probably weren't prepared for the questions, and I understand. There's 38 fire personnel between the years of 0 to 3 levels of service. Is that correct?
Somewhere around there.
Okay. 24 men or women above 23 years of service. Is that correct?
It'd be somewhere within that, within a couple of members.
The initial review I had is approximation of $169,000 to give the 2% COLA raises to all these guys and girls. And then Chief Moore said there's some kind of impact on, some kind of 20%. Do you have a number you can give us that would encompass that as to what it would take to get these people these raises?
Now, you mean in relation to the additional benefits the city
Yeah.
pay into, like, pension and all that? That's nothing I deal with. That's
Okay.
done through the fire pension plan. I don't even have access to those numbers.
Okay. So but the 169,000 is about accurate for giving those guys the raises and girls, if there's any?
And that would actually be, hold on one sec. All right, on the budgetary impact on that, actually, I'm sorry, it's 169 was one modified number later on. Now, the total increase for everyone would have been that, but there's actually a large percentage of that would have already been covered in their annual 2%, which would have been like 122,000. No, I'm sorry, 149,000 for everyone. 69,000 was just for the people outside of the pay plan. So if it was 2% for everyone, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, let me get my thoughts together. Real
It's,
quick.
no, you can take all the time you want. I made you come here, so you can, it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. So a large portion of that 169, 100 grand of that would have already been factored into the 2% for all the other people. So that 169 is the entire fire department, but then 100 of that would have already been covered by their annual 2% already. This was initially done as a additional 2% calculation. Now, the issue with that is, yeah, it looks like it's 169 now, but now that's 169,000 every year going forward. And then, that increases exponentially as like compounding interest almost, if you want to look at it that way. Is that then it's 2% on that 2% every year going forward. And we had prior problems where we had to do pay corrections where people that were within the equal pay for equal performance, for example, is that if a captain with 3 years in service makes this much, then any other captain with 3 years in service should make the equal amount. Problem we had was when they were doing the raises on the fiscal year, you'd have some poor guy that got hired, say, July 10th, who didn't get a raise. A guy hired June 20th would get that 2%. For the rest of their career, that messed everything up. And it just got worse and worse, especially when you look back at some of the prior lawsuits where these guys were getting 7%, 8% raises. That was a huge disparity between that guy that was there in June and the guy in July. If we were to go forward with giving these 2% to everyone, that creates the same issue because that guy who's getting it in year 0 to year 3 has now gotten a raise that nobody after him will get. So unless we add that into the base starting pay of a firefighter, that's the only way to correct it, is to add that in. It moves everybody up 2% across the board, but now it keeps everyone's pay equal for the same years, but then it creates, we've now increased the base pay that we already just increased, and that will continue to steamroll as well over the years.
How long you been in the department?
With the department, about 1.5 years. With the city, a little over 5.5.
Okay, so you don't have any historical data about what was paid in the past in terms of raises like this? You don't know since you weren't there, correct?
Well, I mean, I've had to look into a lot of that,
Yeah.
but that's a whole lot of information. It
Yeah.
spans back 20 years with different lawsuits that were settled where, what was the total percentage on those ones? Like, where they got the 7, the 5, all those huge raises.
51, 52%.
Yeah, it was like a 51 or 52% increase over a certain period of time.
Small window of time, which created the problem that we're in
Yeah, so we isolate the 169 minus what was already encompassed with the other people. It's actually less than that at some point. And obviously, we have to do it just for this fiscal year and not really determine it based on the entirety of the base pay. We're trying to push through this. The council is sick of this. We just are. I'm not happy. The firemen aren't happy. We're losing young guys, especially going to other departments. The 23, I mean, the data on the typical fireman career is about 30 to 35 years. Is that right? So after year 23 here, these guys, and as Councilman McKinney just said, there are raises for guys outside of 23 in this budget. So the fact that y'all are telling me we can't do this does not math up to me in my brain, because there are other people in admin are getting raises, you know, probably well deserved. You know, but the rest of these guys and women aren't. So by virtue of this own document in front of me, everything just said about this and compression and base pay, we got to recalculate. That does not, to me, seem like that's accurate. So we have time to figure this out, because on Friday we are motioning to defer the budget hearing until the Thursday, June 11th meeting. That will allow us at least 2.5 weeks to try to figure this out. I don't have to. Well, I'm sure as Elizabeth, a little less headache over there if we push that back a little bit with the budgetary potential amendments. Again, I'm not voting for the budget unless all these people have the 2% COLAs this year. Councilman McKinney's not, obviously, so I'm happy to meet with y'all anytime to figure it out, how to structure this to, if you want to make it, you know, legal in your eyes. We're here to control the money, and if you have the money in there to do it, already do it. If you need it from us, we're here. And it doesn't sound like it's a huge ask, because, you know, I allocated money last year to fix a lot of streets, and this year, you know, we need to get the fire department, you know, fully fixed and fully ready to go. I want to do that with all the other things we've done for y'all. The administration's done with the building, the firehouse, the new fire trucks. So just know we're going to be active in getting this done. Okay, and if you have any questions on me, you can call me at any point. Chief Morris as well, Chief Dyer. We are endeavor to get this happen, okay? Thank you for coming today, and I'm sorry to bring you in like this.
No problem.
Yeah.
Councilman Wilmot.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention as well as Councilman Lahat, I agree with him wholeheartedly. Something needs to be fixed on this. So it needs to be addressed, and I'm looking forward to meeting with whoever so we can get it straightened out so we can move forward. Thank you.
Mayor Glazer.
Yes, thank you. And like I said, you know how long I've worked for the city, and every year I work for the city, I've been an employee advocate. So I do believe, I agree with all of y'all that if the law says, look, you got to do the 20-year mandated because it's in the statute. So we're trying to figure out how to come up with this promotional pay plan that, like, for the life of me, I can't tell you how the city came up with $1 something when you go from firefighter to driver, and from driver to captain or whatever, or operator, whatever it is now, or whatever it goes to. So we fixed everything in this fire pay, and the fire got this millage passed. And the last thing is coming up with this promotional pay, like how, because every fireman says there's something wrong with their calculation. I had nothing to do with the calculations. I know Elizabeth Herring just verified the numbers on the calculation. It was the fire administration in that side of the house that it came up with it. The issue is so much, I guess, moving parts. There's so much litigation in the past that govern what you can and can't do. We're about to get served with the third amended petition from the Fire Association. Pretty much case law saying you can't do what you want to do. So that's what we're dealing with, because you're going to up the liability on a city, not by a couple dollars, millions and millions and millions of dollars that you're going to end up sitting with a lawsuit judgment that you're not going to pay over our lifetime. For example, city government being nice. First day policeman, first day firefighter, get state supplemental pay. The city pays for it. They're not eligible for it. The city pays the $7,200. The issue I'm dealing with is you have a firefighter that when he makes that 1 year and 1 day and he's eligible for the state benefit, he's saying you can't take the city benefit away from him, when it was just a good gesture to make you have $7,200 more. So year 1 through 3, you're already well past your 2%. So that's kind of the things that no one knows about, that we deal in. Every day it's a different, they throw something else at you. And look, if y'all all great with this, pick whatever the board is in the fire association. Tell them to come to you and say, this is what's wrong with their calculation. I've been asking for 2 years for anybody to come to me and show me what's wrong. Do I believe Terrence? No, Terrence probably can't tell you exactly how he got to half the numbers, because it's so much information over a lifetime of some of these firefighters. And I agree, they put their raise in. Y'all can do what you want with the budget. You can put whatever he put in for a raise. I'm not signing a PA. It's never going into effect. You know, he's aggravated with me, but that's kind of the way it is. You know, nobody gets it, and we at a standstill now because the law says you have to give 3 to 20. There was even lawsuits into how you calculate that. Is it the 3rd year to the 20th year, or is it the 3rd year to the 23rd year? And all the courts have sided with, be nice and kind of, since the law is silent on it, go to the 23 years. That's kind of the way it is. But look, we spend a lot of money on attorneys, and I don't know how much the association spends on attorneys, and all they have to do is come in and show what's wrong and make a case. That's pretty much it. And we've been waiting, and we at a standstill now because the liability that goes up every year that you throw these 2%, it's going to be like the retirement system where you have $1.4 million in interest that because it just sat, no one fooled with it, and that's kind of what put us in the position we were in now. And Councilman Ronnie, a firefighter is a person that works for the fire department. A fireman way back when was, because you're in the firefighter's retirement system. It's not just a position. Everybody that is working for the City of Kenner Fire Department, no matter what your rank is between 3 and 23, gets the mandated 2% raise. So look, I mean, if y'all can help me out, get some movement on this and come to an understanding, it'd be, you wouldn't have to worry about coming up here, arguing that this one's getting more than that one and things like that, because it does cause a big headache, when dealing with the actual fire promotional pay.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Brannigan?
Mayor, you've been asking for 2 years to get this taken care of. I want to know who's in charge from the fire department that has not responded to the mayor for a meeting over the last 2 years in regards to this issue. Who's responsible to do that?
I am.
Huh?
I am.
Okay. So we need to get this, we need to get this taken care of, okay? And I think that it would be beneficial to everyone to make sure it happens soon, really soon, because we need to get this stuff straightened out. And it's a situation where we cannot let this just be pushed to the side again, swept under the rug. So let's get whoever needs to get, the attorneys that are suing us on a lawsuit, whoever we need to get together, let's get everybody together. And Mayor, I would like to be in that meeting if you would let me be in that meeting.
Well, I would probably say that y'all like committees. So, y'all amongst yourselves, pick who you think would be the best. I don't have all the answers, but I know there's a major problem. That if you want, like, for example, you want to do what you want to do, there's going to be a whole bank of attorneys in case law that says, well, you can't do it because all of these 10 reasons. I'm not the expert on it. Relying on advice, look, you should come listen to some of Terrence and I's conversations where I don't understand how, like Councilman Lahat wants to give a 2% raise to everybody. It doesn't have to be on July 1, do it on everybody's anniversary date. So you're constantly keeping that, I guess, distance between fire ranks. So there's a law that says same pay for the same job. And as Sam said, you hire somebody here, 2 days later you hire somebody, if you're outside when they got the raise, you cause yourself all kind of grief. There's got to be a simple solution to it, and that's just the pushback that we get from the attorneys and the case law they bring up is you know, at this point, it just is nerve-wracking.
Yes, and the fireman's pay system is the most complicated thing I've ever seen in my life. I mean, basically, you got people out there thinking that when it was $8.92 an hour, you know, when Chateau burned down, the cart shed, you know, there were more people on Facebook saying, oh, look at these poor guys, all of them making $8.92 an hour. I got the W-2 income for firefighters from 2018 to 2025. Got one guy was making $36,000 in 2018. He is now making $76,000. Guy that was making, let's see, $48,000 is at 85. I mean, that's not $13 an hour. A starting fireman now, if you work all hours and when you add everything in, it's $51,400 a year on your W-2. So it's a situation where we got to get this problem fixed, and I sure hope it gets fixed before.
Look, and that's just the bad part of it, where we're withholding, you know, the 2% for everybody, but built in this pay structure is built-in retirement well over what the state statute, you know, says this is the minimum. So I mean, it's if you want to volunteer to try to fix it, you better bring a lot of aspirin.
Well, and the other thing that I've looked at in the past is the increases, the raises over the last 20 years. And when you look at the raises over the last 20 years, firefighters had 56% in raises, city employees had 38%. They also have an additional on a city employee that if you get a merit raise, then that would have, if everyone got a merit raise, then it would have pumped that up from 38% to 49.5%. The fire department is still 6.5% ahead of the city workers. And so it's a situation where we need to get this fixed and get this done, and hopefully it can get fixed in the next several weeks.
No, look, the millage worked out wonderful. Like, I came in, I'd have never thought I'd be the first one to say within the first year that we need to raise taxes, but when you saw the fire budget, it was absolutely awful. Now you're just going into 1.05 million, where you'd have been going, like the police department, you know, upwards of $7, $8, $9 million just to do the same changes we did today.
And look, the millage fixed a problem for the city, and I have had people on Facebook saying stuff that we have taken money from the fire department. The millage replaced the general fund contribution. The millage is supposed to pay 100% of the expenses of the fire department. That's the way it is. It was never you're going to get the millage plus the money out of the general fund. It was never like that. That was never on the table. And it's a situation where there's a lot of information, false information that is put out, and it gets it creates a burden because the public really doesn't understand this. And with the most complicated pay system, you know, you work this many hours, you got state supplemental pay, you got overtime, you got base salary, state supplemental pay, overtime, and you also have holiday pay that gets thrown in there. Look, we need to get this thing straightened out, and hopefully it gets done in the next couple of weeks. But if it took 2 years, we need to get to the table the attorneys. If you need to bring in the lawsuit, whatever we have to do, we got to get this thing straightened out.
And can I say one last thing about it, and I will shut up. The fire department firehouse, the one on Williams, whatever number it is, 30 some odd, funding. We have $2 million in state capital outlay that I think it's a pretty good chance it's going to priority one. And, you know, I go to Washington every year lobbying for money with our delegation, and I'm happy to say that John Kennedy has a $5 million earmark in this year's bill for that fire station, and now it's our job to make sure it stays when the bill's voted on the floor. So if that's the case, we use $7 million into a $10 million building, and I'm sure we can come up with $3 million somewhere else, because it's pretty much almost designed. And as you know, prices aren't going to go down, and it needs to happen sooner than later.
Thank you, Mayor.
We have someone in the
Oh,
public.
yes.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
if you could just make an announcement, we'll go through the 3-minute rule.
Yes, we're going to, if you could state your name, address or district in Kenner, and you get 3 minutes. I don't think we can hear you.
1 second. No, not you. We're going to turn it on over here. Just state your name and, for the record, you don't need to put your address out.
Oh, Brian Drum. I'm a captain on the fire department.
What is your last name?
Drum. I'm in my 24th year currently. When the pay plan was changed in, I think, the end of 2024, my anniversary, my 23rd anniversary was February 13th. And I did not receive a 2% when they went to that minimum. Everybody up here this whole time has been talking, you know, the year 4 for 20 years through year 23. It's not given that way. That's not the way the department has been doing it. I just so happen to be the first person to come up to that year. And they got people coming behind me if this stays with the minimum. The reason why this is a big deal to me is because I'm in my averaging years. I'm retiring in a couple months. I missed out on that 2% for the rest of my life. That should have been given to me in my 23rd year on my anniversary. I did not receive it. They're not even following the minimum state statute. And I mean, this affects me greatly. My situation is unique because I transferred pension time from somewhere else. So next month, I hit 30 years in the pension, and that's 2% that I don't get, that I should get, at minimum. I mean, I believe everybody should get it for their career the way it was in the past, but I understand budgets and this, that, and the other, but they're not even following the state law. I've reached out to try to explain this, and the only way that I can get this moved forward is either he needs to willingly give it to me, the mayor needs to direct him to do it, or I need to sue. I guess they need another, I didn't feel that a lawsuit for this would be necessary because it's already been proven in court. It's been ruled on. 23 years is the last year. My 23rd year, I did not receive it.
Did you get it every other year?
Did I get it?
Yeah, the 2% before then?
I've got, my last year was my 22nd year.
And you're telling us you didn't get it that year?
The last 2% I received was my 22nd year.
And you're saying you didn't get it on year 23?
Did not.
Okay. I'm trying to confirm what you're saying.
And the 23rd year was last year? Or what year was that?
2025.
2025.
February 13th, 2025.
Okay.
I did not receive 2%. And I'm in my averaging years. I'm at the end. So it doesn't affect somebody really that much in their 23rd year that's going to do 10 more years. It affects me because I'm averaging.
What was the reason? I'm sure you asked. What was the reason why they told you didn't get it?
They said it stops at 22.
He did get
You
adjusted.
did get- yes.
On December 10th, he got adjusted per the payment plan. So it went up higher than what the 2% would have really been. He was sitting at 63,083, and he moved up to 64,731 on December 10th, 2024.
I've never signed a PA.
No, you refused, does not feel comfortable, and put initials, so you didn't sign it. You refused
I
to
didn't
sign
sign
it.
the PA. I didn't agree with them stopping at 22. They say it stops at 22. It stops at 23. I did not receive a 2%. Neither did the other guys that I got hired with on their 23rd year.
Well,
And
I
I-
think, yeah,
And again, my situation is very, very unique because next month's my 30th year. I missed out at 2% for the rest of my life. That should have been given to me. That needs to be corrected. And I would like to be corrected without a lawsuit. It's been proven already. I have documents, I don't have anything with me, but the judges have ruled that the minimum is day one of year 4 for 20 years, ending in your 23rd year.
okay. I think that, thank you for your comments, and I think that this is a more detailed conversation that needs to happen between, like, our committee, whatever we decide, and then in concert with the police chief and the individuals, because I don't think we're going to
I've attempted.
figure out the
Nobody
details.
wants to talk to me.
Well, we weren't in the mixed before, so we need to understand the issue as well, because as I said, I'm not okay with any increases in anyone's pay for the fire department unless everyone gets it. So, I mean, this is an issue that's beyond that, right? I think
Right,
that,
this needs to
you
be
know,
corrected, it needs to go back.
Right, so I think that's outside of this, so we'll deal with that issue, and thank you for bringing it to our attention. And I think it doesn't only affect you, I think, like you said, it affects multiple other people who are fire captains with you and who've been here as long. And I think that right now, we need to focus on, that first issue, and then we're gonna build up to those issues, because, we're not gonna resolve today the litigation.
Well, I just wanted you to be aware of that.
Right, yeah.
Y'all, I've been watching from afar, and it's always this 23, 23, 23. I'm coming up here to tell you, it's not 23. They're saying it's 22. It is 23. But I didn't get it in my 23rd year. That means everyone following behind me is not going to get it in their 23 year if you stick to this minimum. Understand, y'all, I appreciate the advocating for career or what, for the budget this year. But this affects, other people too in the past for their pension.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak before we move on? Okay, let's move on. Do we want to move on to the fire and civil service?
Yes, the next department's going to be
Thank
fire
you.
and police.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you.
Fire and Police Civil Service, and it's on page 57. I believe Ms. Driscoll's here to address the council, present her budget. You can begin whenever you're ready, Ms. Driscoll.
All right, good morning, everyone.
I don't
My name
think-
is Jennifer
Can
Driscoll.
you make sure that you're talking into the,
My name is Jennifer Driscoll. I am the board secretary for the Fire and Police Civil Service Board. The budget is standstill because, as you know, I am the only employee of that department. But if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
yes. Councilman Ronnie.
Ms. Jennifer, did you get your 2% raise with the
I
city?
believe so. Maybe not, according to the mayor's face, maybe not.
Or is she a state employee or she's a city employee?
She's an at-will exempt employee, and all exempt and non-exempt employees are built into this budget a raise, correct?
There you go, ma'am.
There we go.
Any other questions? Thank you for coming, and thank
Awesome.
you for sitting through the entirety of this discussion.
Thank you, staff, for us.
Thank you. The next department's going to be Emergency Management Office, page 69. Mr. Doug Dote will be making the presentation of his budget. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Good morning, members of the council. My name is Doug Dote. I'm the Director of Emergency Management. My department coordinates emergency preparedness and response activities across municipal agencies. Since last July, the city has issued 12 emergency proclamations extensions related to Hurricane Ida. These extensions serve to maximize FEMA reimbursement opportunities for the municipality. Fortunately, this past year, we did not experience any significant weather events. This has allowed us to concentrate more time on planning efforts and renewal of pre-placed disaster contracts and agreements. These contracts and agreements ensure that we're able to muster resources and services quickly and efficiently following a major event. Aside from weather, we monitor public health, street closures, cyber events, rail and airport situations, and other homeland security and public safety issues affecting the region. We facilitate a number of public safety planning efforts between our municipal departments and first responder agencies. This includes planning for special events such as the ISIS and Driftwood parades, Lundy Gras, and a number of festivals. The Emergency Management Department represents the city on a number of parish-level committees, including the Hazard Mitigation Planning Committee, Local Emergency Planning, Homeland Security Committee, Utility Coordination Council, and the new VOAD Coordination Committee. Over the past year, our office participated in updating the parish-wide multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan that was approved by the council and submitted to GOSEP and FEMA earlier this year. This collaborative effort, along with the parish agencies and other municipalities, serves the long-term interests of the city by identifying to our federal and state partners what our local flood control and hazard mitigation efforts and priorities are. Our office assists the police and fire department in researching suitable projects eligible for Homeland Security grants. We continue to secure funding across a number of grant programs for equipment that benefit our police, fire, and emergency management departments. We continually seek out low-cost training opportunities at both the federal and state level and share that information with the other departments. Over the past year, we've seen a lot of changes in the state and FEMA priorities and programs. So we meet regularly with our GOSEP representative at our EOC, and we coordinate closely with Jefferson Parish Emergency Management to keep abreast of these changes. Our current staffing level is 4. As we approach another storm season, we're coordinating our activities with the police, fire, and other municipal departments. Our office will be conducting meetings with response partners, department heads, emergency vendors, non-government entities, and the council over the next few months to discuss our plans. The Emergency Management Department staff remains committed to working with the administration and the council to identify their priorities and to work towards continued improvement in our Homeland Security and disaster preparedness, response, and recovery programs and activities. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Councilman Wilmot?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the work you do, Mr. Dote, and your assistant as well. Y'all do some good work. And I've been in your control center, if you will, during some times it's been very difficult. And I've seen y'all in action. So it lets me know that y'all are there and what you do. And I appreciate you very much, especially in those times that we have to be heightened response and so forth. But I do want to make sure that you're plugged in with the airport. Do you have contact information because of the pumps that are controlled by the airport? Do we have a connection with them? I want to make sure that we do, if not.
Yes, so our department we meet with our response partners on an annual basis, and part of those, that group of people are representatives from the airport, their operations department, as well as a communications department, and also on a planning level, we coordinate with them every year for some mutual aid agreements with the airport and the fire department.
Because I think it's important to have that information that we can relate to them regarding the operation of the pumps and all so forth at the airport. We do, or we did rather, have the airport here, representatives from the airport. I want to say it was about 4 months ago or so. When they did, of course, I mentioned you and your department because I wanted to make sure that y'all were plugged in with them because that's critical, especially to get those pumps turned on. And I knew they were automatic before, and I understand that they're no longer that way. Now they're manned, and they can be turned on manually, which is important. So that's critical. We want to make sure what happened back then doesn't happen again, and I think it's important for communication. So thank you for that, and I'm glad to hear that y'all do meet on a fairly regular basis, at least once a year, so that's important. Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Councilwoman Dunn?
Thank you, Council President. One thing I want to ask you, because as I've said always, in my district, I have the interstate, the airport, the rail, the river. In case of a derailment, I want to ask the same thing about your relationship with the rail system, because that's very important. I know since I've been on the council, there was a minor incident with a train derailing. We didn't know about it until some of the residents mentioned it. So I want to know, what is your communication with them?
So we do know, we have meetings with the railroad officials on a, I would say, a semi-annual basis. We meet with their police department, which is our main level of contact with them. There's also contact on a parish level with the railroads. So in the event of a derailment, we would be notified, typically through the parish, down to the city. Although if we see something, because we're right there as well, our office is right down the street from the rail lines, we communicate directly with the railroad, with the police department primarily. And so in the event that there is a derailment, we are notified, like I said, through the parish, which has a direct contact with the railroad 24/7.
Okay, so how are we notified? Because, you know, the first time we had the little derailment, and everybody, well, Councilwoman, did you know about the derailment? No.
Right.
So how are we notified directly, especially me?
Well, like I said, what happens is that on the parish level, they are monitored 24/7. And so the railroad, if it has a situation, will notify the parish will notify us in the event that there's something that needs to be, any action that needs to be taken. Typically what will happen is they will assess the situation prior to communicating it to the public to determine whether or not there is a need for any type of action. A couple of derailments that we've had here in the last 7 or 8 years, those are situations where we have been contacted by their police department or through the parish and advised that there is a situation that is ongoing. Typically it's, it may not be within 3 minutes of the event. It may be an hour after the event because they've determined that there is no immediate need for any type of action. But if there is a need for let's say there's a hazardous materials incident, that's something that typically the Emergency Management Department, Jefferson Parish, would notify us and coordinate directly with us.
Okay, on the interstate side, we know that there's a lot of hazard material on the interstate that goes up and down, a lot of tanks trucks pulling fuel and all of this stuff. So we know if something happened, the fire department will, but what about you all?
So our department, again, we monitor the information on police radio, fire radio. Also, we get alerts from the state police as far as any type of hazardous materials incidents. When those things happen, we coordinate with our local fire department who are typically on scene and then determine whether or not there's any type of public awareness that needs to be made. Those are typically then communicated to the parish, and the parish is able to distribute that information if it becomes necessary. Again, we've had a few hazardous material incidents up on the interstate. Fire department responds to those on a, I would say an annual basis. They probably have a couple of them that occur every year. And so what we do is we monitor those events, and then if the fire department needs assistance with communicating with the parish or vice versa, then we coordinate that at our level. And we'll notify our local partners as quickly as we can as to what's occurring.
Okay, one last question. On the tornadoes, because it's not a question of if, it's a question of when, because we know we're going to go through the storms, we are going to go through the tornadoes, there's no doubt about it. So how would we know if, we know through this parish communication that we are alerted if there is a tornado. But sometimes because they've already on the ground and they've hit certain areas, not necessarily North Kenner, but it would hit maybe South Kenner, maybe it hit North Kenner and not South Kenner. So I want to know how we are, as council people, immediately notified about that. Because in the middle of the night, yes, we get notifications, but not necessarily where that tornado have hit. And that's very important for a council person. And the reason it is because when it's in your district, you should know immediately this hit this district or that hit that district. So how are you all notified and we are notified?
Well, we are notified typically through the police and fire department, which are responding to calls for service. Obviously, we encourage everyone to sign up for JP Alert System, which provides those 24-hour-a-day alerts through the National Weather Service. So the population will be notified typically through their cell phones or smartphones. And then in addition to that, when we're monitoring weather conditions, when we know that there's severe weather that's occurring, we have access to police and fire radios and also text messaging or whatever, or emails in order to get that information. Once we confirm that a tornado has struck in a particular area, and we've had a few tornadoes over the last few years, then we will go out and assess that site and to see what type of damages there were. And once we verify that information, at that point is when we would notify the local council people through the administration. We will notify them of what's occurring and what we're doing out in the field, and then that's when the notifications are made.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilman Wilmot?
Yes, Mr. Dote, as far as, I just point of clarification with our discussion earlier, as far as pumps are concerned, really, it's the parish controls the pumps and the airport has input with its pumps. Is that correct? The city of Kenner does not.
Right. The parish is the primary contact. We obviously stay very close in contact with the parish, public works, and drainage departments throughout any type of storm event. We are in contact with them through a web EOC and other communications. We have radio contact with them. So we are aware, and so when we have those situations where we see where there's a potential for something occurring in the drainage canals or whatever, then that's when we coordinate directly with the parish and the airport as far as what's going on.
Thank you for that. That's all. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councilman Wilmot, and thank you very much for for coming, and I appreciate all the work that you do. I think having a Class 1 emergency management department is a huge asset to the city of Kenner.
Thank you.
Thank you. And council members, I just want to just state, we're in the budget hearing, so make sure that all the questions that we're asking are related to the budget in some way, because it's already 11 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, Pontchartrain Center.
They all running. All right, since you know the Pontchartrain Center, we're kind of in a limbo with the actual construction that's taking place now. So what we've done is just pretty much hope you adopt the budget for next year, and we can amend it as we go. So it's the same thing as last year.
So the management agreement is the same, and that cost, is that the same?
We still a month to month. That's,
Okay.
well, I think after one of the council meetings, I told Councilman Lahat we would probably have to get together sooner than later to deal with tackling that gorilla in a room also.
Okay, so as of right now, it's a standstill budget, given the
It's the same budget as
nuances?
last year, yes.
Yes, okay. And you'll come back with something updated when?
Well, we do know that revenue may be down this summer because if it's closed, the big hall is closed for a certain period of time, we would
Right.
lose a couple of events. Or if
Do
we
we
can't
know-
move them around in
Okay, and
in
do
the
we know how
facility.
many events are going to be affected by that?
I don't know.
Okay. If you can just keep us updated on that, we'd appreciate it.
Sure will.
Great. Any questions?
I think we already approved the million for the AC. You talking about that or something else?
No,
The
just
AC.
just the future of the Pontchartrain Center.
Oh, okay.
As it, this is
Awesome.
just to get us through
That's fine.
put a budget in place, just to have a budget in place.
Beautiful. Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Glazer.
Next department's going to be clerk of court. Page 77.
Thank you. Welcome. You can introduce yourselves and get started.
Amanda Smith, Director of Clerk of Court. Our budget's pretty much the same as last year. The mayor's court went down about 9% because one of the judges retired, but that's about it.
And so we're getting someone cheaper?
We
Is
don't
that-
have, we don't need one.
Oh, we're not replacing that person. Okay. Okay, any questions? Great, thank you very much for coming.
Thanks.
Next department's going to be community development.
Good morning, DeJuan Jones, Director of Community Development. We just received our allocation from HUD for this year. This will be going before you all on first reading this Friday. This year, our amount is $519,000, and our home funding for this year is a little over $202,000. But basically, we're going to be providing the same programs to the public and to the citizens of Kenner. And if anyone have any questions?
Could you just repeat, you said 519 for HUD and 202?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that was for community development? Okay. Any questions? Great, well, just thank you for all the work that you do. I know it's so important to our community.
Thank you.
And, all the residents, so I appreciate you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mhm.
Next department is citizen services.
Good morning, Chantel Miller, Department of Citizen Services, Kenner Food Bank. On an annual basis, we're continuing to service clients throughout the city of Kenner, making sure that no family within the city of Kenner goes unfed. In that, of course, funding is needed to continue our outreach efforts, our programs, and our new initiatives that we're trying to implement in order to better reach the community.
Any questions? I do have one question, because your budget actually going down, so I'm not complaining. I'm just explaining, it looks like you had 2 employees and you're going to 1 employee. Is that what's happening?
Yes.
Okay.
So one employee went back to federal compliance. I think that
Okay.
position went back to federal
Okay.
compliance.
Okay,
Yes,
so they're still in the budget, they're just somewhere else? in the
Yes.
budget. Okay, great. Thank you for that. Anyone else? Great, thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for all the work that you do as well. It's
Thank you,
really important to
Councilwoman.
community.
The next department is going to be Federal Program Compliance, Ms. Tamithia Shaw.
Good morning, Tamithia Shaw, Federal Program Compliance. I'm a 2-person department, also with oversight over citizen services as well as community development, ensuring that the city remains compliant with all of the grant requirements. I also work with our CFO, Liz, during grant reviews to make sure that we are compliant and to recommendations on proposals to make sure that we remain compliant with any new regulations that come forth from the federal government. With community development as well as with citizen services, we continue to look for grants outside of the federal government to ensure these departments are heavily funded by the federal government. So there's what you see in the budget for those positions are just what the city pays, not the other salary amounts come from grant funding.
And who's the executive coordinator?
The executive coordinator is my assistant. She actually leads our lead. With the parish, St. Charles Parish, and the city of Kenner, we're a part of the consortium.
Okay.
We got a $7 million grant for lead remediation throughout the city. And when I came before the council, before Councilman Wilmot asked, we do have that application online. So anyone can apply online. I think the mayor has made comments during his presentation, during his comment time, to encourage people. It's for anyone, you have to be income eligible, but it's for homes that are pre-1978. The city of Kenner, of that $7 million, our portion was $2 million. So we are working on that. Matter of fact, we have done bids, and we are working through our first 8 or 9 houses to make sure that we try to eliminate the lead hazards in the home. So that's a big program, and this parish has the lead entity plans on, because not only the city of Kenner, but all 3 jurisdictions have a lot of homes that were built pre-1978, so those homes have exposures with lead. More exposures with lead because of the paint that was used in the home and the products that were used in the home. So we have a position that is specifically for that grant. The parish has applied for 3 years, and this is a grant that the federal government is asking more of the jurisdictions to apply for. This actual grant has more funding than regular CDBG, actually, because of the hazards that come with, especially for children under 6. It leads to deficiencies in children. So we want to make sure that we can, and this is for, the child doesn't have to live in a home full time. If that child visits a grandparent, like, I know I went to my grandparents' house every evening. So, if that child lives in, or visits that home, that household can still be eligible for that.
And that executive coordinator, so the executive coordinator position in your budget was the one that was moved from the other position?
That's correct.
Okay.
To handle that
Okay,
particular
perfect.
grant.
Great. And that's a program that's starting, did it just start, or like in the past few months?
It had been there, but we took that position just specifically to handle that grant because it is $2 million that we're handling.
Okay. What's the time frame, though? I'm just asking.
It's always,
are they already started?
they're overlapping.
Okay.
We just finished up the prior year, and this one ends in November of '27, so they're applying for another one, so it's going to be an overlapping.
Okay, great,
Yeah.
perfect, thank you. Any other questions? Oh, Councilman.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. One of the things I want to ask you, because it was a big question, as you know, that constantly comes up about the positioning in the MLK and things of that nature.
Yes.
Is anyone budgeted in here to
Yes,
hold that
actually,
position?
Councilwoman, it was advertised, the position was advertised. We got about 15 applicants for the position, and Ms. Jones has been interviewing.
What Jones?
Mrs. Jones, DeWine Jones has been interviewing for someone.
Oh, she's been interviewing.
She's been
Okay.
interviewing. So yes, there is, because, you know, with the questions that came to you, I'm sure, and to the administration. So that position, Liz allows us to open it up so we can have a clerk there full-time.
So it's budgeted in this already? It's in
It
this-
was always there.
It was, okay.
It was always there. It's just the way that it wasn't a field position. It was a vacant position.
Okay.
So we worked with civil service and got it advertised. Like I said, we had about 15 applicants, so she's gone through that. So if we can get someone hired, there'll be someone there full-time, hopefully within the next 2 months.
Okay.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Thank you, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Next.
Liz, real quick. Yeah, Elizabeth, I forgot to, as we go through all these, you can do this at the end if you want. As the question I asked on the police budget's impact on the general fund compared to 2025 to 26 versus proposed for 26, 27. I want to know what the changes from those two, how they've impacted the general fund as to why it's at the 9.4 million. You don't do that right now, but at the end, can't see you.
Yep,
Just make sure we can do that at the end if we can.
sure.
Thank you.
Your next department is civil service.
Hello, welcome. If you can introduce yourself and then just give us a brief interview.
Yes, of course. I'm Daphne Stewart. I'm the Civil Service Director. I currently have a staff of 3 employees, including myself, a Civil Service Administrator, and a Civil Service Specialist. We have accomplished quite a few things, I feel, in the last year and a half that I've been in this position. And we're currently under review of our salary plan and classification plan that we posted for an RFP, and I'm currently gathering a committee together to proceed with the review of responses from vendors. We've worked really hard to look at the civil service rules and try to simplify things and align things to improve them for our civil service employees and City of Kenner staff, especially for the interpretation of those rules. We've collaborated with quite a few organizations within the City of Kenner. One is Strong Bill to try to identify recruitment options for some of our vacant positions. As you know, one of our responsibilities is to provide the recruiting and the recruiting for the City of Kenner employees, as well as address any receipt of any appeals, performance evaluations, and the governance of the civil service rules.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Glazer. Are you finished? I'm sorry, I didn't
That's
mean
fine.
to cut you off if you are not finished. You're finished? You're finished,
That's
Mr.
fine.
Well, if you have anything else to say.
No, I'm good.
Okay, Mayor Glazer.
All right, thank you. As you know, the Civil Service Board, this is different than Police and Fire Civil Service. From I received via email and in my office yesterday from, I guess, the attorney for the board, on May 11th, 2026, the board voted unanimously to approve a discretionary pay increase for Civil Service Director with immediate effect, increasing her pay rate from, come on, George, get your pen. I know you like writing stuff down, buddy. $46.6606 an hour to $50.9644 per hour. So what it is she makes just under $85,000 currently, and it goes to $92,755.21. I'm going to forward you this letter. It came by email, and it pretty much backs up there why they think she's deserving of a pay increase. And I would like to congratulate her because apparently recently she obtained a doctoral degree. So,
Thank you.
and that's all I wanted to add. So the board's asking to raise her compensation, and I will.
So that's not included? That's
Not in this budget because I'm telling you, it's May 15th is dated, and we got it in the office yesterday.
Okay.
But I did get an email I guess, the next Friday after that meeting, that this is what they voted. So I'll forward it to you in a second, and then if it's got to be amended, the budget has to be amended, let us know.
Okay, great, thank you. I just have one quick question. It looks obviously beyond, congratulations on your degree.
Thank you.
And then also, the legal fees are increased, I noticed, and I was just wanting an explanation for that.
I think in general, we were sharing our legal fees with fire and police, and now we're at a point where I made an increase to, or requested an increase to the budget because we were in a deficit in the last year and we had to move money. And so to, I guess, omit having to do that again and request money to be moved from a different account to fund any type of what we would call billable hours from the attorney, we increased that budget.
Okay,
It's
great.
not like we have anything per se that has required that. We have one current appeal that's come through, and I'm not really, we're on the beginning phase of it. I'm not really sure, what that'll look like moving forward.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the council members or from the audience? Great, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thanks.
Your next department is Inspection and Code Enforcement. Mr. J. Abear.
She might be out of town. I think she's out of town. Thank you, Jay. Thank you for being here. If you
Thank
can
you.
introduce yourself. Excuse me.
Yes, good morning, council members. My name is Jay Aber. I'm the Assistant Director for Code Enforcement, and I'm filling in for Ms. Topple. Our proposed budget is essentially a standstill budget with the exception of $38,500. That's an increase of line item 5740 for computer programs. That money is essentially going towards the creation and implementation of a permit and licensing software application. It's called My Government Online. This software will assist individuals with being able to apply for applications online and also check on the status of their application through the entire application process. And in addition to that, this module will allow individuals to apply for business licenses online, as well as contractor registrations.
Is this something new? We've not had anything online before?
This is new. So
Okay.
if you're familiar with Jefferson Parish's Department of Inspection and Code Enforcement, in fact, Ms. Fowler was there at the time, they had implemented this MGO software that I think has been very successful for the parish.
Okay.
And we're following suit.
Okay, so everything has been just word of mouth in the past, is what you're saying?
I'm sorry?
So our tracking hasn't had any type of online tracking before, or?
No online tracking before.
Okay.
It's been basically applying in person.
Okay.
But nothing with regards to tracking applications online.
Well, I'm 100% behind modernization in 2026, so.
Yeah, it's basically,
It's
as
long,
of right,
well overdue.
Yeah, we work with different software separate. This is just simply a cohesive system where we can do everything within that system, including reporting complaints and issues in certain areas of the city as well.
Great, I mean,
We're in the
obviously I'm
initial
very
stages.
excited about this, so when would this be implemented?
We are in the initial stages right now of this, so it's,
And it's only 3,800 or 38,500?
That's once programming has complete and we go live. As you know, Jefferson Parish and a bunch of other jurisdictions have been using this program. Pardon me. It's both good for the back of the house, meaning code enforcement, and the front of the house, meaning the applicant, the tradesperson. It's a very useful program that will assist us in getting permitting and its processing in a quicker, more expedited manner.
Right, great, and will the council assistants get trained so we can kind of help and track?
Yes, once we've gotten everything in, again, we have to add every piece of data. They've been doing batching the information into the system now. Once we have everything in place, we'll probably even do some type of instructional video for both citizens, for residents, and for you guys, the council staff, so that you have an idea of how to do your searches. It also contains an audit trail, so everyone who touches it will be able to see what's going on at each step of the process.
Great, I think that's amazing. Any other comments?
Yeah, I want to know who will be, is it budgeted in here for the person? Because once you do an online application, somebody has to respond. Where is that in the budget?
The system itself has an automatic response. Once it's received documentation and it's been completed, it'll say that we have received your information and you will be contacted shortly. So there'll be a constant communication once the information is received from the applicant. So that issue of saying, hey, I've got your stuff, or hey, your things are incomplete and you need to resubmit, that will be a feature that's already within the program.
Okay.
I have one more question. Are you guys working with IT to make sure that that's a, symbiotic, like if you have issues, are you guys going to kind of lead the ownership of it?
We're working with various departments of the city, but this software was created by South Central Development Commission in Homa, and so they have a project manager that we're working with, but it does involve, there are other departments that are part of this.
Okay, great.
Liz's department takes a nice lead in this simply because you have a pay aspect of it. We have to make sure that when we start receiving transactions online, that it can function and communicate with our accounting program. So all of that is done. And again, South Central Planning out of Homa is a quasi-judicial entity that has worked throughout the southern region of Louisiana to implement software programs such as this. And if you've had a chance to look at Jefferson Parish, or if you haven't, I strongly urge that you do so, so that you can kind of become familiar, and if you have any questions with it, we'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, and is this, so this is actually purchasing, the purchase of the software, or is this a maintenance fee, that'll continue?
This is the software, okay? And it'll be approximately, is it $4,000 to $5,000 a month?
Okay, 4,000, and then you'll have a maintenance, for next year, it'll be the same? Okay.
It'll most likely be less than that.
It'll be less. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Next department's Human Resources, page 54.
Yes. I don't know, but I was, stop with fleet management. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Wendy Folsa, Personnel Director, presenting this year's budget for the Personnel Department, which is primarily standalone from last year. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Does anyone have any questions? I guess my only question is the insurance specialist is going down. Is that like a new employee?
Yes, it's actually still vacant. We were trying to find somebody still to fill the position. We had somebody that was around for 3 months, and she got offered something better closer to home. So we're still trying to pursue somebody to fill that position.
So, are you hoping, that's pretty low salary? Do we think that that's going to have to, negotiable? Because to me, I'm not sure you're going to get an employee at that.
It's a range that's a little bit negotiable, yes.
Okay, great. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Next department's Recreation.
Hello, Director. If you can introduce yourself and your Assistant Director. And then
Sure.
go-
Charles Ilan, Director of Recreation. Ricky Woodson, our Assistant Director, he goes by Deuce. As you guys know, we're very much in the public eye. But speaking of that, you know, last night, I know Councilman Brannigan was there. I'm not sure if some of you other guys went, but there wasn't a parking spot anywhere around Bertolino last night. We have 417 kids participating right now in T-ball, baseball, and softball. T-ball being the only sport we start at 4 years old. Everything else starts at 5, except for beach volleyball. The 4, 5, and 6s are just too little to go play beach volleyball. They're more interested in throwing sand around. So beach volleyball, which comes up in June, is ages 7 to 12. That is a widely popular sport that the surrounding area rec departments do not offer. I'm not real big on comparing us to other departments near us, other than the fact that, you know, it tends to be a lot in the public that why isn't everything offered for free? We charge $15 a sport currently. There are a few specific programs that are a little more than that. We are the next lowest in the metro area, St. Charles Parish, at $65 a sport. St. Bernard at $80. Everything on the North Shore in the hundreds. We are offering everything we can with about a third of the personnel from 15 years ago. Still operating as many facilities as possible. Yes, we do rent fields to outside organizations. We do not profit off those rentals. At $35 an hour, when you figure out what goes into those properties on a maintenance cost, we're not making money on these rentals. We're just providing a service to outside organizations. But we have offered, you know, T-ball, baseball, softball in the spring, and I wanted to share some numbers because I know that's a big thing too that rec is in a decline. In comparison to this time last year, we are up 72 kids in T-ball, baseball, and softball from a year ago. Over a 4-year period, it's only a growth of about 19 because it was at 396 back in 2023. It dipped 2 years in a row and then skyrocketed up this year. I firmly believe that what we did last year and this year of putting everything at Must Bertolino was beneficial. It gives us the most real estate, greatest number of fields to use. It's the best lighting in the city. And it also allows our staff to be consolidated so that we're not trying to spread everyone all over the city and then have no one to execute the programs. In addition, it also allows us to open concession stands, which started opening last year this time for the first time in probably 8 or 10 years. It does bring an added revenue stream to the rec department. As most of you know, we do not have dedicated funding, unlike our neighbors. St. Charles Parish gets millions of dollars from the different plants around in St. Charles Parish that donate turf fields, give them monetary donations. JPRD benefits from a recreation tax millage that brings in $20+ million a year. We don't have that. So we've made the most of what we do have, not complaining about it. We have to evolve. It's adapt or die. And I think at 1.5+ years ago, it was pretty close to death, to be honest with you. So to have 417 young athletes participating right now is a testament to our staff. It's not about me. I don't like to really even put my name out there too much. I stay in the shadows, per se. It's about our guys at night, some of which have been here 30, 40 years. And they've also shifted and adapted over the years that they know it can't be done like it was done in the 80s and 90s. It's just a different beast today. There's too much competition for kids' time. I could say if any of my kids wanted to play sports and they, you know, one attended St. Benil near Rummel High School. Well, she's going to play at her school with her friends first. Or if her friends are playing at Miley, she's going to want to go play at Miley. The dynamic has changed. There's fewer kids in mass that want to participate in general. If families can afford it, they're putting them in private organizations, club volleyball, travel baseball, et cetera. And on top of that, there's a large portion of kids that don't really want to play anything. They're more to themselves and inside. Now, and we've adapted to that as well. We've offered adaptive sports for uniquely abled kids, and that has included indoor pickleball, indoor tennis, art nights, inclusive free play. So on any given week, say at Lincoln Manor, and Councilwoman Dunn has been instrumental in helping us with that program, they're having inclusive basketball on a Tuesday night, and then an open free play on Wednesday. Well, what has happened over time, the neighborhood kids who are coming to the open free play are now coming on Tuesdays and assisting the kids who are special needs. So it's a really cool experience for them to step up and come help those kids. And then there's art nights or other things on Fridays, as well as clinics on Saturdays. So there's a lot of programming out there. Yes, there might be 1 or 2 nights where nothing is scheduled per se, but there are things happening at that facility specifically catered to our adaptive needed kids. We've also, over the last year and a half, offered teen programs. There is not, I know there's posts out there that they need programs for teens. Every time we offer it, we get very low registrations. We've offered indoor volleyball, 4-on-4 indoor soccer at Butch Dewey, flag football, bowling, and a new program, robotics, which was a big hit. We've also partnered with a number of groups over these past couple of years. Our cheer program, for example, we partner with LA Heat, which is a private organization. They do get to utilize Woodward Gym where our offices are, but they also actually hands-on run our cheer program from roughly June to April. They just recently qualified. After qualifying in Baton Rouge, they went to a national event in Pensacola and placed 3rd. Now, there's a lot to do with that. There's not 800 organizations participating, but the idea is they put in the work, they put in the effort, and we're utilizing a high quality level coaching rather than our own staff trying to figure it out and operate cheer. Soccer, same thing. The Dynamo Football Club operates our soccer program all year long. They're offering 2 to 3 sessions per year of an actual league that is heavy on fundamentals and development. They run free clinics for players. They run free clinics for officials. And they handle all the maintenance at Susan Park, all of it. We don't touch a thing. Our staff does not touch it. Again, Mount Carmel and Chappelle, yes, they each have one field. Chappelle being at Butch Dewey, they handle all their maintenance. They've invested $165,000 to turf the infield, and that's just the tip of the iceberg on top of that of everything else they've done out there, including scoreboards and batting cages, et cetera. This past season, they held in lieu of selling tickets, they held a food drive. People brought the food in. The team went the next day and delivered it to the Kenner Food Bank. That was a great event for them to be able to do that. They have not hosted necessarily a regional-wide tournament because a lot of the tournaments in high school softball are already set up and long-standing. But what they do is they play teams from Lafayette, Baton Rouge, North Shore, you name it. So when those schools are coming in and they're before or after games, they're certainly coming through our city and spending dollars somewhere, whether it's to fuel up and go home or get something to eat after the game. Do I have data on what that amounts to? No, I don't. But I would like to think that if someone's coming in from Lake Charles or Lafayette, they're getting something to eat before they get back on the road and go home. Same thing with Mount Carmel. Now, Mount Carmel's agreement's a little bit different because they're still in their original, now in their final year, but they pay us $5,000 a year, and they also handle all the maintenance. Again, they too do clinics for us. They are available and have hosted our championship games over the last few years at their field, and it gives the kids an opportunity to play on a high school field that the large percentage of our players may not play at that level. It's just facts. Our adaptive program I mentioned, I also wanted to share some long-term data that someone in our office was able to find. We're in baseball season. If you go back to 2003, based on what we have, completely unconfirmed other than it was found in a file on a computer, there was 1,132 kids playing baseball in Kenner in 2003. By the time it got to 2007, we were already down 420 kids in baseball. This has been happening now for 25 plus years. This is not a last 6-year, 8-year problem. That same number of 1132 in 2003, by the time we hit 2019, pre-COVID, can't blame COVID, we were down 595 kids in baseball alone. Down 174 in t-ball, 141 in softball, 543 in boys and girls basketball. Flag football started to climb because that's when flag football, had a bigger interest. And then tackle football was already down 625 kids by the time COVID hit. In 2020, COVID, 21, tail end of COVID, then we started some growth. And, from last year to this year, we're plus 10 on baseball, plus 11 or so on t-ball, and plus about 50 on softball. So, when we go back to all that in mind, the community is participating. They're finding the information. We're marketing to them by social media. We're marketing them by email blasts to over 7,400 emails. We're putting over 12,000 flyers in businesses and schools. What we can't control, and a lot of my background was in administration at schools, you can't really control whether that actually gets home. They're not letting us pass the front office to actually put these in kids' backpacks. We're bringing stacks to the front office and getting signatures. When Ricky goes and brings them, he's getting signatures of who signs for them. So if they're getting home, maybe now we're starting to see a little jump in growth, but that's a little bit out of our control on that part. And then on personnel, in 2008, we had 52 athletics and leisure personnel, 52. We now currently operate with 19. So we're down 33 people in 18 years. On maintenance, we used to have, in 2008, 29 maintenance guys. We're now operating with 12, and 2 of those are going out with shoulder surgery really soon, in the hottest period of the year. We have baseball at Bertolino 4 nights a week. We have a league that pays and plays at Galatas 4 nights a week. So that's a lot of work to accomplish with very few people. I talked about our competition and our rentals. And look, we've also tried to bring in money to the department in different ways. Our person who runs our adaptive sports and teen programs landed a grant of $125,000 that was for LED lighting at the skate park. I'm sure we'll have an event very shortly here now that it's installed so that you guys can see that operable. And pretty soon we'll announce another grant that the second one here is going to require a match from our end, but it will be to some exercise equipment in the city. So that's coming as well. Again, I talked about we opened concession stands so that we could try and bring in some money there. Our rent at the football stadium is not high enough. And we have some major games coming. Arguably the best game in the entire city of the entire season will be at Mus Bertolino at Daniels Field when John Curtis plays Edna Carr. I would not suggest on that Friday evening trying to drive down West Esplanade. It'll be interesting. So we have 4 Curtis games, 5 or 6 Kenner Discovery games. We have Bonnable's homecoming and potentially a week 1 Thursday night game with De La Salle and Covington. We're waiting to confirm on that. So, look, things are expanding. I mean, I don't want to get into the weeds here, but for anybody to say there's no recreation or that things aren't going well, they just haven't come out to try and find the information or see it themselves. There's no way. Is it happening like it was in the 80s where every park was booming? Absolutely not, and it never will be. And folks who think that will happen are a little bit delusional. So unless we have a nationwide issue with travel ball, scandal that busts up travel ball, the kids are not going to come back. We rent to about 9 travel organizations. They all have Kenner kids, and none of them play in Kenner Rec. None of them. So you're not going to get the travel kid to play in rec unless there's certain rules in place where, say, if we ever wanted to implement, you can't rent unless a certain percentage of your team plays. But then you start some animosity, so it's give and take. But ultimately, as far as why we're here with the budget, I think we've worked with a similar budget for years now. We have been able to see an increase in some capital money, and every one of you guys have contributed to us. I thank you greatly for that. And without your help and support, a lot of these projects would continue to get kicked down the street. And we can't be in a position anymore where we just put Band-Aids on things. That was happening for 3 and 4 decades because of funding. So now we have to prioritize where's the rec programs, then branch out from that point. And I think we've done a pretty decent job on that, even being short-staffed and limited funding. So that's my long 2 cents.
Thank you, Mr. Lon. Mr. Lahat, Councilman Lahat.
Yeah, Charles, I think you do a fantastic job. I think we all think that. I know your budget's almost a standstill. Like, what are your big wants right now? Is there anything that, all the work that y'all do?
I think the massive need citywide is to start changing all these fields to LEDs.
Okay.
Because what we're running into, Bertolino came from a state project, Councilman Brannigan worked on that. Galatas now has LEDs.
Yeah, I saw that.
And the LED lights for Buddy Lawson are getting delivered in the next couple of weeks. So as soon as those are there, we then use our contractor, Blocher, to hang them. What we're going to run into, because we've already run into this, as soon as he starts to hang those lights, he can physically put them up. What he's running into is 30 years of wiring problems, some of which is underground, some is just that the junction box fills with water in certain locations and it shorts out the pole. So once he does that, he gives me a material list, then we have to rebid that out. So this is not a quick process, and it's also not cheap. I'd say roughly $125,000 to $150,000 per park, just for the materials and the labor. That's not counting if we have wiring problems and have to rebid what we need for that and additional labor. So I think to get lighting up to 2026 standards is critical. Outside of that, we're doing a lot of, in the budget to utilize things like tree cutting and fencing. And I think the other thing, specifically from you guys, continue to share when the city or when the rec pages post things so we can further get the word out. Everybody, they may not have a computer at home, but everybody's walking around with a $1,000 computer in their pocket, in their phone. You can find the information if you want to find the information. So it's all over social media. It's going to the schools. It's flyers in the businesses. We even have signage near carpool lines with QR codes that they can scan and see what's being offered at that time. As far as the personnel shortage, I've probably conducted dozens of interviews over the last year. Sometimes we hire people, 2-3 months, they leave. Some can't get through the hiring process. And typically our entry spots do not pay very much. So that's part of the reason they leave. And then some think it's going to be one thing and get out there and realize, hey, now I'm in the heat. Okay, I don't like this. I started in January, it felt great, and so it happens. We've lost people in the last few months, even to other departments, and it's just the way it goes. I'm going to roll with the punches, keep trying to interview people, get people in, and offer as much as we possibly can with the staff we have.
I'm done. Thank you, Charles.
Thank you. Councilman Wilmot?
Thank you. Yep. As far as, I'm excited to see, of course, the growth that we're having now, because that's ultimately what we want, right? I know since Katrina, it's been dismal, and it's just getting better and better and better. And thank you for your leadership with our recreation department.
It takes the community buy-in. You know,
Absolutely.
if parents are buying in, and if you come out to Bertolino Monday through Thursday and watch the number of people out there, they may not like a few little things, but overall, they're excited about their kids having an opportunity to have fun. And that's the bottom line. If we can get it right for the kids, we can keep expanding into adult leagues or more teen programs if we can get the teenagers to come out and participate. That's the goal.
Now, you indicated earlier that there was an increase of 72 kids.
Yes, sir.
What activities or sports or what are they involved in, the
Well,
majority?
that's a specific comparison to the same sports we're in right now, T-ball, baseball, and softball, to those same sports a year ago. We've increased by 72.
Okay, awesome, very good. So we're seeing some areas that the kids are focused on and,
Yes.
and joining and coming out and getting involved.
Yes. And look, over the last 4 years, we've grown a list of over 165 volunteer coaches as well. And we get a lot of support from KPD, helping us with background checks. Look, we have the volunteers, they're there.
Good.
There's, the programs are being offered, the programs are being promoted. Now, I think the greatest thing we can do as a collective city agency, you guys, us, is just to continue to share that information and get it out any way we can possibly can, so that, you know, if there are an additional 20, 30 kids somewhere that didn't realize for whatever the reason that we are offering programs, that they have that ability to get that information and come out and participate.
Thank you for all you all do. Thank you. That's all.
Councilman Brannigan?
Well, as everyone knows, Bertolino is very close to my heart. But I have to thank Mike Glazer for getting recreation back in play after he was elected in 2022. He was the catalyst. He gave us Natalie Newton, who Charles reports to, and without Charles and Natalie, recreation wouldn't be where it is today. It is taken off. Charles hires Deuce. I didn't know his first name was Ricky, but now I know that. But last night I was out at Bertolino. They asked me to throw the first pitch out at the 7-8 game, and I threw a ball, not a strike, but that's the way it goes. It's important to understand the staff is spread thin because of lack of staff members. When you look at 52 to 19, it's a big deal. Parents love going to one place. For softball, t-ball, and baseball, it doesn't matter what age, gender, they're there, one spot. We have had numerous positive remarks about being able to go to one park and see all their children play. The upkeep of the facility. Dudley Miguez is the main guy at Mus Bertolino, and those fields, my Field of Dreams, are in perfect condition. I tell you, I couldn't be happier with that. Travel ball has killed recreation, but one thing that we probably should look at is, in order for travel ball teams to be in rec leagues, if we did some type of deal where they could use fields for practice at a minimal charge or no charge, then they would have to play a certain amount of their travel ball players in the league to do that. I know that my son does that with his travel ball team. 4x8 signs, I know we got things going to schools and everywhere. The only thing I'd like to see is on main thoroughfares, Williams and West Esplanade, different places throughout the city, they have a 4x8 sign that says, softball, t-ball, baseball sign-up starts now, go here, you know, something like that, if you want to add that. I like that the concession stand is back open, and I like that the money that is made in the concession stand goes right back into recreation. I want to thank Councilwoman McKinney for helping me fund some stuff at Bertolino, sidewalks, PA system. She contributed, and Bertolino looks great right now. On the football stadium, we need to attract big games here. Back in the 90s, when I was a Booster Club president, when we had a Curtis game, we'd do $4,000 or $5,000 a night. We sold more hamburgers. One night, it was very, very cold out there, and I made 5 crawfish pots full of hot chocolate. We must have sold 2,000 cups of hot chocolate that night for $1 a piece. The visitor stands at the football field have been redone, thanks to Councilman Arita Bohannon in Jefferson Parish. The problem we had was the visitor stands were on the ground. You couldn't see unless you were in the top row. Now we built raised stands on that side of the field, brand new, ADA compliant. We moved the stands that were there into the end zone to pick up more seating. And I'm working right now on rebuilding the home side. It's probably not going to be done this year. And we getting rid of the Mickey Mouse press box, 17 feet, and we're going to a 42-foot one to help accommodate teams when they're playing. You can't have competing coaches sitting next to each other in a press box.
And we currently seat about 2,800 under the current configuration.
Yeah, we're trying to stay around 3,000. If we can get 3, that'd be great. On the rebuild for the home side, I got 300,000 committed. I need another 455, and I will be calling on people now that I have a little more free time that the election's over with. But if it wasn't for the people that are in place, this recreation department would be dead. And in order for a city to grow, and we have to grow. We need younger families coming here. It's important to have a beautiful city, but it's also important to offer recreation that their children can participate in. It's a big deal, and recreation is very close to my heart. I hope you see it in all of my stuff. Thank you for getting it done, Charles, Deuce, Natalie, and Mike. Yes, sir.
Well, I
Mayor
think
Glazer.
the first thing you need to do is go call Senator Talbot on your way out of here, because his $500,000 is going to the bathrooms and the bleachers to finish that park.
Are you kidding?
No. So you just got to make
You've
sure.
you've been keeping this from me?
Yeah, we'll tell
God,
you what you
dog.
need to know.
Tell him we need it now.
It's got to stay in the.
Let's go order it.
It has to stay in the bill, so don't go spend money.
He wanted to make sure that there was a good District 4 council person before he allocated it out.
It's not my money. I just beg, but yes.
You better go buy a trailer, honey.
Yeah. So.
Oh my God, that's incredible.
It's in the bill. Let's see if it's got to stay in the bill. So.
Okay, and we will know, when's it in, June 2nd or something?
2 weeks, I think. No.
Okay.
3 weeks.
Well, that is incredible
I think
news.
it's 3 weeks. Yes.
Because that will get us the home side and basically put Bertolino Playground in the football stadium in play for the next 20 or 30 years.
So that was the pitch that we made, that we have John Curtis, that's going to be their home field.
Okay.
And like you said, Edna Carr, they'll put.
Oh,
the place
God.
can't handle it, so it's going to be that game will be a nightmare anyway. But you'll have you open the opportunity for more teams to play in a bigger facility, and we'll get the income from it.
Yeah, and we also need to thank Rep. Villio for providing the school board and getting that done for us too. So
every one of them in Baton Rouge have been very, very good to us.
Yes.
With different projects. I mean, you got. The reps from the south side of the city, really don't contribute to Mus Bertolino, so we hit them for other projects on the south side. So
yes.
They're more roadway type things.
Well, I will be calling Senator Talbot quick. Thank you, Mike.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman D, done?
We've gone around this a long time, but, my parks and gyms and ones that I have on the outside is at least 4 parks. My parks are beautiful. I have no problem with that, especially when we got Buddy Lawson up. It looks great out there now. My only issue, and I know we're going to face this, and I understand why, because I did get the pictures and all of that, what has gone on. When my parks are open, especially on the weekend, are we going to have someone in personnel to open and close them? I understand that what happened in the north, I did get your picture about how they were destroying the restrooms and things of that nature. I knew it, the graffiti on the things. But it will continue to be a problem in my district.
Are you talking about gyms or the bathrooms?
Huh?
Are you talking about the new bathrooms or the gyms?
No, I don't mean that. I mean all of my parks. The reason I'm saying that, because back of the track, Bessie Hammond, I have Rosemary Minor, I have Clay, and I have Butcher Dewey. All of them have outside restrooms. The problem is when people are utilizing the parks, they cannot access the restrooms. I would like to see in the budget, not in my budget, in the budget for the city, that someone is assigned that position.
Yeah, that would
to
be
get paid
that would
for
be our park ranger that's been open for a long time. We hired someone, they lasted literally 18 hours and resigned. That would be a person that would be available on the weekends to do exactly what you're talking about. So we're actively have that advertised, trying to fill that role.
Okay, because especially on holidays, you
Yeah.
know, like Easter, come on, people, now that the summer is here, you're gonna have the splash park open.
Yeah, that opens
And-
Friday.
And
yes.
the restrooms will not be available. That's not fair. The reason for that, I don't look good in a bathing suit. So I have to change on the inside. I'm just saying, you know, I don't want to be outside stripping. So I would just like to see that there is someone,
We've gone off the rails.
we need those restrooms open.
The restrooms at the splash park will be open while the splash park is open, because we'll have it attended. We can't leave that unattended.
No, I understand that, but there will be people that will be using the park for other events, like if they want to rent it, the gazebo, and for a party or something of that nature. That is really a huge problem. Everything else, you know, you all have basically, and I have to get with the residents, I understand that, now that we've gotten those parks in order. That's up to them, you know, to look for the kids, get some people to come in. But that's an issue, and you know it.
Yeah.
We need some hours of operation. We need somebody.
Typically, they're open when there's a public gathering or a rental.
I know.
And that's a citywide. So on the weekends, we typically have 1 or 2 people working that are on overtime, and they are running back and forth from the lake to over here. So yes,
We
I agree
need
with
to
you. It
work
needs a
that out.
plan. I need more people.
Yes.
Bottom line, I need more people.
So we need a park ranger. That's what
Yes,
you're
that's the
saying.
position that is currently
Is
open.
it budgeted for a
Yes,
park?
yes.
Okay, all right, okay. I like to apply for that job. Okay.
Great. Thank you, Councilman Dunn. Councilman Brennan.
Thank you, Council Chair. I just wanted to thank you, Charles and Deuce and your department for everything that you've done. Yes, we have seen many, many improvements over the last several years, and I wish you continued success and luck with that. Thank you all for your work.
Thank you. Look, all of you guys have worked with us immensely over the last few years between new tot lots and covered exercise pads, the stadium renovations, lighting, fencing, you name it. You know, physically going out to a park and building a press box. Mayor likes to get on me that Manuel's not my middle name, so for you guys to have me out there as well to lend a hand, Councilman Ronnie and George to build that was interesting. Even though I doubted your blueprint. You know, look, the bottom line is we're all in this together. We're trying to make it better. It hasn't happened overnight, but when you look back over the last 4 years, at least that I've been here, you know, you have to look at it that it started at 0. There were no programs. There was nothing open. It's not about laying blame on anyone. It's just the reality of where it was. So 2 years ago, we found a pulse, and now we've got a little bit more of a heartbeat. I don't anticipate the numbers doubling unless something drastic happens on the private end. But if it continues to grow a few each year, we just keep making the product a little bit better. And if we can keep the 4, 5, and 6s, and they stay with us at least through 9 and 10, and then get involved in travel ball, then so be it. We expect that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Director.
Next department is Public Works.
Wait, I got one more.
Thank you for your, all your explanations. We appreciate your work, and we know you're working hard. Thanks.
I got one more thing to say. The LED lighting project saves the city 60% on electricity usage.
Public Works. Christine Calamari.
Yes. Also, just for everyone in the audience, we are planning to break for lunch for 30 minutes after wastewater. So no pressure, but, you know, it's 12:17.
We actually going to go through planning because planning's here.
Oh,
He's been
okay.
patiently waiting, so he shouldn't be long, but
Okay,
we'll go
great.
through planning. You good, CC?
I can't hear you. If you can get closer in, Christine.
So I'm Christine Calamari, Assistant Director for Public Works. We are comprised of 4 divisions. The administration handles all of our payroll. We have over 120 agreements, all of our work orders for parkways, streets and drainage, and streetlights and traffic signals, and we process all the payables for supplies, maintenance projects, and capital projects. The Parkways Division oversees the operation of grass cutting and tree removals with in-house personnel and maintenance contractors, and we maintain all the gardens citywide. Streets and Drainage does investigations, repairs to roadways and drainage citywide with in-house personnel and maintenance contractors, except for the DOT roadways, which are Airline, Williams, and Reverend Richard Wilson. Streetlights does repairs and maintenance to traffic signals, 22 in the city of Kenner. Streetlight poles, approximately 5,000 citywide, metal and concrete only. Energy handles all the wooden poles. I would like to stress that we may not be considered essential. Well, we are essential, but not first responders. But as you all know, you call us when a tree falls or a street buckles or things of that nature. So I would like to stress that. We have a great team. We're very limited in staff. Currently, we are 34 employees filled, 20 vacancies. So we have a total of 54. That's not a lot considering what we're expected to accomplish in a day. And I went back and looked in 2008, our Parkways and Streetlight Division and streets and drainage, we had an estimate of 56 employees. We have 34 filled employees right now. So please be patient.
What was the comparison? What year was it?
2008-9.
2008, okay.
So when you call us or your aides send emails, just realize that we're trying to get to it as fast as we can, and we're doing the best with the amount of staff that we have.
I haven't heard any complaints, so I don't know what you're talking about. Councilman Brannigan?
Well, I just want to thank you for always putting District 4 first. No, Christine is a godsend for us. She gets stuff done. I text at all hours of the day and night just to make sure I don't forget to send the text in the next day. But thank you for taking my text at any time. You don't have to respond till you're back in the office the next day, though. And thank you for everything you do.
Absolutely.
We appreciate you.
Welcome.
Great, thank you. Councilman Dunn?
Yes, Christine, thank you again. I know we calling you because we're not sure which is what, whether it's you is code or this, but you always answer. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. Happy to help.
Okay. Oh, Councilman
Ms. Crane,
Ronnie.
Again, I want to thank you so much for everything. You worked so closely with me over the last 4 years. You know, whenever you need anything, you could come to me at any time as a councilman. And I'm going to miss our time together.
I will as well.
On a department. But afterwards, I'm still going to call you.
You should.
Councilman Lahat?
Ms. Calamari, thank you so much for all your work. I know you're one of the hardest working directors in the entire city. And thanks for always getting on the projects we do, particularly with the corners around District 3. The residents really appreciate that, and it's fantastic. I know you have a great working relationship with Stephanie. But I truly appreciate it. And I mean, we email you, you reply back at 9 o'clock at night, which I don't expect, but it is appreciated. So thanks for all your work you do for the citizens and us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just want to stress, I'm not a one-man operation. I've got a great team behind me, and just want y'all to realize it's a team effort.
Right, you're a one-woman operation. Let's clear that.
But it starts with a great leader.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, your next department's going to be sanitation. I believe the mayor, y'all going to present sanitation? You want to skip to fleet management?
Why don't we
for
skip
now?
that and we could do that after lunch, if you're going to do it.
All right, let's do fleet
Okay.
management. I think we have Director Dave Hastings.
All right. Good afternoon. My name's David Hastings. I'm the Director of Fleet Management. My responsibilities are to keep all the vehicles and equipment out on the road that the city owns. We have 176 vehicles. We have 190 pieces of equipment, from lawnmowers to big tractor excavators and all that. But so it's a total of 366 pieces of equipment to keep running. And I have 5 associates right now. We trying to hire one more. He's supposed to start on next Tuesday. So we'll have 6 associates that we keep all this running with. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Hastings.
Thank you.
I just have one question. There is, so mechanic, in the budget, there is a amount for a mechanic, and then it's actually lower, and I was just wondering.
I couldn't hear you.
Oh, so in the budget, the amended budget has 78 for a mechanic, and then the proposed budget's 41. Is that like just someone leave, or like, I guess I'm just asking for an explanation for that.
We initially went from 2 to 1.
Okay.
They are going back to 2,
Okay.
but it was recent that they discovered that. So there's,
Okay.
instead of having 2 helpers, in reality, he will have 2 mechanics and 1 helper.
Okay.
And just
and
how
that's-
things worked out recently.
Will that be updated, or is that good?
It's covered. He's
Okay,
just,
it's covered.
we're
Okay.
able to do budgetary trade-offs with the Civil Service Department, so they were fine with it.
Okay, perfect. Just wanted to make sure.
Yes, that was covered back when we did the pre-budget.
Okay.
But yeah, we moved from 8 associates down to 7.
Okay, great.
But
Thank
it's
you.
all
Thank you
in
for all the
budget.
work. It's
All right.
important work, because if we couldn't get around and we couldn't do the work for the rest of the
We
city.
try to keep the equipment running.
Great, appreciate it.
Councilman Brannigan has
What
a
you got,
question.
George?
Oh,
Just keep that street sweeper rolling, please.
We trying. The new one's out on the road, the old one's in the shop. But it'll be out shortly. It's not that bad. Thank y'all for y'all time.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Dave. And next, we have Joanne with wastewater.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Joanne. If you want to get started.
Joanne, turn your microphone on.
Is that better? Y'all can hear me now? Hi, I'm Joanne Masoni. I'm the wastewater director, and this is Eddie Tapia. He's the assistant wastewater director. The goal of the wastewater department is to operate and maintain the city's 15 million gallon per day wastewater treatment plant, 400 miles of sewer pipes, and 84 lift stations. We also have to administer the federal and state pretreatment program that is mandated to enforce environmental regulations and to protect the public's health. We have 5 divisions: administration, operations, collections, maintenance, and the pretreatment staff. What I've given you are the performance indicators for the past 10 months from July 1st through April 30th. And we currently have 31 employees, one of which is on workers' comp, and we're budgeted for 39. And we just hired a new employee that started yesterday, and we are still actively interviewing people. But as Charles says, they either don't want the job, or the cost is not high enough for them, they don't like the low cost, or the background screenings aren't correct. Any questions?
Councilman Brannigan.
I just want to thank you for doing the job that you do. And Eddie was installing pumps on Chateau Boulevard after I got complaints about the temporary pump, and we laid it on the line and told them why it was there, and everybody understood. But Eddie's down in the hole, putting the pumps together, doing the job in-house, and it saved the city money. And I thank you, Eddie. You're an incredible employee for us. We're fortunate to have a bunch of them, too. But thank you.
I'd also like to add that Eddie and I would like to thank the administration for getting an $8 million grant from us, the EPA STAG, for the wastewater plant, and they are actively seeking $25 million economic development for the collection system in the plant for the airport expansion. That's going to happen in the future, and we've completed the LDEQ projects, the plant clarifiers that y'all saw 1 through 4. We've completed the 31st and Loyola and 42nd and Lake Trail projects, and the 25th and Salem lift station project, and the 4MGD project has started construction. And we're in construction phase for Chateau Transfer and for 25th and Helena lift station. You're welcome.
Councilman Ronnie.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. How are we right now on capacity? Can we take more demand right now, or we're maxed out on capacity?
We can handle demand, but we just want to make sure that the equipment at the plant, some of it's old, and that'll be functioning. We can't afford to have down equipment time. I mean, we have enough capacity at the plant to handle flow, but we just want to make sure that the equipment, the older equipment, is replaced and updated.
You had some of the separators at the plant there that you were rebuilding or something, that's been completed and all?
Yes,
or?
that was completed in September. The 4 clarifiers, those were originally built in 1985.
So
those were completed, yes, sir.
We're looking a whole lot better than what we did a year ago, right?
Yes, we have. And we've also been proactive. Instead of being reactive, we've been proactive with our pump contract and replacing pumps, older pumps that had long run times at lift stations throughout the city.
The small service fee that we implemented a year ago, has that helped in getting funds in to get the equipment updated?
That would be a Liz question.
Yes. Yeah, so the new sewer rate plan definitely has helped. It increases every year. And so we're looking at like 13 million coming from that. So wastewater is able to pretty much cover all their expenses. We do have a transfer in because we have a lot of grants and have matches. So we just have money in case type of thing. But a lot of times they're able to cover all their expenses with their own revenue. So things are much better in wastewater.
Are we running a deficit within the department, or that we have to go into the general fund?
We do. So we budget it that way, but if they don't spend it, then they don't get it. So we don't transfer it till the end of the year. So like this year we had expected to transfer, but I don't think we'll need to. And then in this coming budget, There's another, I think it's like 1.8 million that we have. So that just depends on timing of these grants and, what happens with that. It's hard to predict what needs repair. We know a lot of the lift stations need to be rehabbed, and it's millions of dollars, and so we've been doing one or two when we can. So, but if something breaks, then our priority is obviously going to be that station. So out of, excuse me, out of the wastewater fund, they also have to pay their debt. So we have a lot of LDEQ loans, so the revenue for that is part of this budget as well. So the 1.8, you could look at it as paying off some of these loans too.
Yeah, I mean, you're doing so much with so little. I can't believe it. With a system that's so old and getting older by the day. Ground settlement, big problem. Breaking lines left and right. Nothing that we can do about that. We're just going to try to keep it up, keep it going. And Ms. Joanne, as always, y'all done, Eddie. You still working 7 days a week? But thank y'all. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilman Dunn?
Okay, thank you, Council President. Thank you, Ms. Joanne. You really have done a great job. I just have one question. The airport, the new lift station that we're getting on 25th and Salem, is that going to help the airport? Because that's really a big issue.
The 25th and Salem, that's going to be better. It used to have longer run times. It depends if anything from the airport expansion, if any businesses move into that area. But we're looking at stations along the Veterans Corridor to increase the capacity or to replace force mains and that equipment, because you're going to have more hotels moving in, and that's going to be increased flows. So that's what we're looking at along that area, along the Veterans Corridor, because that's where we believe that more businesses are going to come because of the airport
Yeah,
expansion.
because that new Marriott is, they're under construction, but that's going to put a little more on the sewer system in that area. And God knows that's the airport is really, busy. I mean, it is what it is. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, planning, Chris? Page 63. And then after planning, we will take a short recess. And when we return, we'll do Natalie Newton's departments.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chris Slawinski. I'm the planning director. The planning department is responsible for the orderly development and redevelopment of the city of Kenner. My office runs the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, the Board of Zoning Adjustments meetings, and the Rivertown Historic District Design Commission meetings. Each of those is potentially going to meet every month, assuming we have cases. My office currently consists of 3 people, including myself, and we will potentially be hiring a 4th person in the coming months. As for my budget, I believe it increased about 4.7% over last year, and that is primarily due to a change in the position we're hoping to hire and the purchase of software to make some of our documents ADA accessible on the city's website. Do you have any questions?
Nope, thank
I don't
you.
think so. Thank you very much. I think you're the last thing between lunch and.
Oh, well, I have 30 minutes of prepared statements here.
So did Charles.
Thank you.
If you have 30 minutes, Glaze is going to kill you.
Madam Chairman, we will break for how long?
30 minutes. Or 30 minutes. Or until everyone gets to eat food, and then we can come back. Yes, 1 o'clock. Communications is page 51.
She called communications, but we can do IT first. No, communications is fine.
They're already ready. It should be short and sweet. I know, I couldn't, the poll's right in that way. Okay, if you want to introduce yourselves and get started.
Good afternoon, council members. Valerie Brolin. I am the Public Information Officer. I work out of Mayor Glazer's office, but I work very closely with the communications team. So I'll give a quick overview. We also have Robin Dallafor with us today, who is our Assistant Director, and she is here should there be any questions about anything, from the technical standpoint of this budget. But if you'll see in front of you, the communications budget is nearly standstill from this year to last, aside from a few minor adjustments. Robin, is there anything specific that you wanted to highlight for the council? The changes are extremely minor.
No, there really isn't anything that changed that much. It's our standard training if we need to do that, and regular supplies. We also have our PEG access funds that come in through Cox and AT&T, which we use for all of our larger equipment purchases, which is not city fund. It's, what are they called? People that have cable pay for that.
They're funds that come in from franchise agreements. But so with that, with Robin not having anything major, I just wanted to take a moment now to go over and highlight some of the wonderful things that this communications department has done over the past year and some of the initiatives that are on the horizon for us, because they're pretty dang impressive. So as you all know, technology is constantly changing, but technology is also extremely important as it relates to communication and also making the day-to-day operations in the city streamlined, more efficient. We can get a lot more done. So with that being said, communications is always looking at its technology and ways to improve. And I'm not sure if any of you saw, but we just announced that Kenner's public access channel, the beloved KTV, we lost a lot of viewership with that because everyone switched to streaming their television. Now you can download Kenner Public Access. That's the title. That's what you search for in the App Store on your Apple device, your Android device, or anyone who uses Amazon Prime and the Fire Stick. You can download the Kenner Public Access application and view Kenner TV anytime you'd like, from a big screen television, smart television, to your phone right here, to your laptop right here. So that's one big, huge, exciting milestone for KTV this year, is that now we are accessible as an app. The other thing, I'm not sure if you all are aware, but one of the undertakings that communications has taken the lead on is ADA compliance, and the importance of ADA compliance and communications from public entities. Federal law is requiring that our websites all be ADA compliant. That is an extremely large undertaking, and Robin and her team, which is Robert O'Shields, Alicia Jean Charles, small but mighty team, we have all gotten together, worked on this. We've successfully gotten the city's website audited, the Kenner Police site is audited, Recreation audited, and now we are taking the steps and doing the curative work. So aside from them being at every Kenner event, capturing wonderful memories, highlighting our community, giving us the video, the pictures, handling our content on social media, aside from all of those things, I just wanted to highlight those. There are some very important projects as it relates to public communication that this department oversees. And I'll shut up with that.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Val. Next department's going to be information technology.
Okay, if you'd like to introduce yourself. And
Hello.
put your head around the pole so I can see you.
Hello. I'm Kenneth George, Director of the IT Department. This is Denise Doucette, Assistant Director of the IT Department. Our budget's pretty much the same as last year, with just one difference. We opened up a new Senior System Specialist role to assist in the network administrative side of things, and that's pretty much the only change from last year.
Any questions?
Yeah. Ma'am?
Yes. Councilmember Ronnie?
Thank you, ma'am. Kenny, the new cyber course that it just took on it was very informative to me. For somebody that is computer illiterate, okay? I learned a lot from it there. I don't know about colleagues have taken the 2026 course yet, but it was good. It was really, really good, okay? And I know at time and time again, y'all will come out with, hey, don't open up this email, don't open up this thing here for certain reasons. But now I got a much better understanding of everything, and I appreciate it so much for being my teacher. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that, actually. It's something that just got put into place that everyone has to complete once a year. I took it as well. It is very informative, and they make it very easy to understand. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. I do have one question. So the professional services for the proposed budget goes up like a little less than $100,000. What additional services is that some type of, obviously, IT support or something like that?
The professional services is mostly our ResTech contract.
It's just the contract, okay.
And our mobile device management that we're going to start using, which is going to allow us to better control the iPhone and iPads that we have out in the field.
Great.
Taking it from individual account bases to all fall under one management system.
Great, perfect. And I do want to, I haven't taken the training yet, but I did incur, a couple of years ago, I was like, we need to do that because we're having all those issues, so I'm happy that we're rolling that out, and I think it's so important because with AI and everything, it's, it's going crazy. So I just emailed you about some spam that I got, in the meeting. So I think it's really important and to stay proactive so we don't have to deal with any, decline in services because of some IT issues. So thank you.
It's going to get worse as time goes on because AI is starting to learn your individual behavior and tailor the content of the email to you. So, and we have some tools coming up in the next council meeting that we're trying to implement to safeguard against that. So.
Great, perfect, thank you. If nobody has any questions, thank you very much.
Thank you, Kenneth. Next department's going to be general services.
Good afternoon. How y'all doing? So I just wanted to briefly give y'all a little bit of background about some of the things General Services does that y'all might not be aware of. We do oversee the operations of the Kenner City Park Pavilion. I just wanted to run some numbers by y'all over the past year, attendance-wise, party-wise, and a number of people we had come through that facility. In the time of 2025, 2026 fiscal year, Kenner City Park had hosted 45 plus events such as bridal showers, weddings, receptions, baby showers, birthday parties, retirements, graduations, rehearsal dinners, Sweet 16s, and civic organization meetings, and small other events like that. So in the past year, in 2025 to 2026, revenue was $114,150 we took it in the last year. The previous year before that, we did $93,000. So the numbers are going up. We did raise the prices on the rental in the facility, which kind of helped raise that number as well. And then another area that General Services oversees is the Rivertown Museums, which is the Space Station, the Science Center, and the Kenner Planetarium. This past year, the total income up until today, we've taken in $108,745 in attendance. Now that's school groups and public access coming in. I'm gonna give y'all some numbers. Last year, we had 11,000 people come through the museum complex. Then this past year, we've had 15,000 plus people come through. So the numbers are steadily going up, which is good to see, because all them people coming to the Rivertown area, and now it's reaching out, going to the restaurants and visiting all the other areas and activities we got to do down here. So very impressed and proud of all that we have accomplished. So with that being said, if y'all have any questions for us.
Councilmember Dunn?
Mark, I just want to tell you thank you, because I know I have a million events that we were, handling, and I mean big events, not only our luncheon, MLK, Lundi Gras, I mean, all of this stuff actually come, plus the other events that we hosted. And you all were very,
Thank you.
very good at handling it. I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lahat?
Yeah, Mark, you do a great job. Thanks for everything you always do for us.
Appreciate it.
The Lake Town stuff, at some point I want to allocate funds to put some benches inside the little areas where people have destroyed the tables in the past. Maybe we can find some new ones that are indestructible.
Sure, we can do that.
And just get that rolling. But I appreciate your time and always responding to us.
Thank you.
Councilman Brannigan?
Just want to say thank you, man. You do a great job for us. Everything you touch turns to gold.
Thank you. And one other thing, we're getting ready to open up the other side of Lake Town where the treasure chest used to be. If I'm not mistaken, it's going to be this weekend. We plan on opening that side up. So it'll be more green space for everybody visiting Lake Town, that they can go out there, have more picnics, layouts, go by the lake and watch it. We've added some LED lighting, so it's going to be very well lit and very well protected. And we had to secure some of the old site where the treasure chest entrance was, but we had done that. So everything's ready to go.
So what's going to be going on there? What's out there? Nothing?
For right now, it's just going to be more green space, more Lake Town area for people to go have picnics.
Okay, great, thank you, and thank you for all the work that you do. Just reiterating, obviously we
Thank you.
appreciate you.
Thank you, Mark. Next department's going to be Mayor's Office.
Let's cut that budget.
All right, Jose, you up. Well, Mayor's office is pretty much the same. I did ask for an increase in, travel and professional development, because as you know, we do travel a little bit more than we did in the past to seek funding. So, although I pay myself, I can't ask my staff to fly over the country to work on behalf of the city, so they reimburse Jose, and the attorneys all have professional fees that the city pays for them their continuing education. And I see that the mayor's position itself goes up $2,000, something like that, and that's from an ordinance, how many years ago? That every 4 years, mayor and chief of police salary is based on raises that city, is it merit or regular?
Yeah, total
That-
raises given the average over the 4
Yeah,
years
not-
they get. So
not
the
to
chief
exceed.
of police is also getting adjusted this
Yeah,
budget
not to exceed 10%.
Correct.
So,
Oh, I thought it was linked to judges. Wasn't it linked to
no.
judges?
No.
The first thought, I guess when the council addressed it several years ago, that's what kind of it came up, and then realized just it should be based on the city employees' raises, and with a cap on it. And that's about it.
Thank you, Mayor. Next department's going to be sanitation.
This is, I'll do this one, but revenues are up 2.6%, and then expenditures are 2.1. We get the CPI adjustment in July, so we won't know what that is. But you know, a lot of these fees are passed on to the user. So if we need to adjust the rates that we're charging, we will do that later in July once we know what that CPI increase is. But so far, we've been doing good. You know, we were able to recover a lot of accounts that weren't paying for garbage service, so that's helped.
And how much time is left on the garbage contract? 8 years?
I think so, 8. Yeah.
Okay.
8, yeah.
What is the increase in legal fees?
So we're still under a lawsuit
okay.
with Ivy Waste, so.
Oh, okay, so that other one.
That's in there, yeah.
Okay, thanks. Okay, thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Next department's going to be finance. Liz?
I know everyone's eager to leave. I mean, if y'all have questions, I can answer, but it's up 1.7%, which is basically what that 2% raise is that personnel received last year. So everything else, we were able to cut back as much as we could within the department, just changing different things up, but no big changes. We do have a few vacancies. We're trying to hire an accountant right now that can handle grants to try to help me take care of those items. The federal government's back open and asking lots of questions about some old grants, so getting someone in there to help us out is very needed.
Any questions for finance? Anybody have anything? No? Next department's going to be city attorney.
Okay, Michelle Dufresne, the city attorney for the legal department. As everyone knows, me and everyone in my office, I would say we have 7 total employees. I have 4 attorneys, 3 assistants, anywhere from mayor's court we handle to civil service hearings. I would say we are probably the only department that touches every single thing that happens in this city, anywhere from handling lawsuits to handling recovering of fees from someone hits a telephone pole. We deal a lot with public works. We deal a lot with recreation. Everybody in my office does a fantastic job, and we are not a 24/7. We are a 24/7 office. I speak to many of you, and I know other people in my office speak to many of you after hours, weekends, early mornings, whenever you need us, we're always there when it's needed. I do have an increase in my budget, which is mainly, we did add to a couple small things. We added to a balance for court reporters, and that's for our civil service hearings. We found that when we were doing civil service hearings that if they carried on more than one day, what was said the day before a lot of times was forgotten and changed. So we decided that for appeals purposes, we did need to get a court reporter. So we've added that in there, and hopefully we don't have a lot of those, but we do have it built in. And then also I increased our budget for outside attorneys' fees. There is an influx of some out-of-the-area new attorney firms that are coming around, and I've gotten about 3 letters in the last 6 to 12 months on what I would call a low-impact, somebody's foot slipped off the brake at a stoplight tap, and I'm getting some really crazy, outrageous, as a plaintiff's attorney in my past life, crazy demands for settlement that maybe there was $150 worth of a scratch. So I am anticipating on some of these law firms that we're going to have to put up a bigger fight. I don't know if there's a target out on Kenner or government entities that we're just easy targets. We're going to pay, big claims without fighting. But at some point, we don't do that. So I've added some money in there for my outside attorney's fees when it's not police or fire, which they pay their own out of their budgets. So that's built in there. Hope I don't have to use it, but I put that in there just in case. Because like I said, I do have 3 lawsuits from this one firm out of Baton Rouge that has sent me some pretty outrageous settlement demands. What else do I have? Let's see. Again, I have 4 attorneys, 3 staff members. I did put in a small increase for 3 attorneys who have not gotten anything, or 3 people in my office who have not gotten any raises other than what we've gotten as unclassified. And that's Eric Munn, which I know all of you all know the type of job and what he does. Jennifer Thornton, as she's taken on a lot more responsibilities. And then Melissa Jones, who's she trains a lot of other departments on how to do ordinances, do contracts, do procurements and things like that. So those are really the only changes I have.
Question, Councilman Lahatz?
Hey, Michelle, you do a great job. The amount incurred today for the outside legal is $26,758. Is that right?
I think so, yes.
That's outstanding.
Yes.
That's really good.
We do a lot in-house. Now that I have, which y'all know Ray Canzaneri, he does mostly mayor's court, but he's also able to help me on some of the smaller lawsuits that, we don't need to send a legal outside counsel. We can handle it with a small first parish court case, now that we can do litigation between him and I. And so we're also collecting, you don't understand, when somebody hits a light pole in the city of Kenner and they have insurance, we go after that insurance to pay back. We just got a check for over $12,000 that before we came in really wasn't being sought after. So, or it was being sent to the outside counsels and it was just kind of sitting around and legal fees were exceeding the amount that we were recovering. So we do all that in the house now, so.
Y'all pay for yourselves, because I remember historically looking at this, how much we spent on prior legal counsel before you got here was.
Yes.
It was more than the salaries that I think were in here.
Absolutely.
You've done a fantastic job with budgeting and money. I just can't thank you enough for
And look, I hate putting
everything
in the
y'all do.
extra money for outside counsel, but I just feel like we're going to have to
No, I mean,
we're going to have to put our feet down on
you've
it.
already saved so much. That's an easy ask for me in terms of this. So thank you again for everything you do.
Sure.
Councilman Ronnie?
Thank you, ma'am. My friend right here, Joey, he just hit the nail right on the head. We've saved so much by not going out of, and trying to get another law firm to come in and handle a lot of the lawsuits and everything like that. You've cut it all down. I mean, y'all have done a fantastic job in what y'all do. Legal's legal, and you got to defend yourself for some of the trivia stuff that's out there. Trip and fall when it's not even your fault.
Right.
That's crazy things, and people just don't understand that you can't spend $1, when it's only 50 cents.
Right,
So, again, look, the law firms that we have, Blue, the other law firms, they're doing a great job, and we're keeping the legal aspect of it down. And you're part of that too.
People don't understand, we are a legal department, we're not a law firm. So, and then when I came in, that was a big adjustment. We can't handle everything, but we can handle the smaller stuff. And we are doing that, and that's what's really cut down the overhead.
Absolutely, and thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I just want to say thank you. I'm one of the ones that called you after hours. Thank you.
It's okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Okay.
I think I wanted to discuss the capital budget, but we can do council first and then capital.
Council's a standstill budget, but does anybody have any questions?
What about that fat raise we're giving ourselves? Just kidding.
That hasn't happened, huh? All right, now we'll do the capital budget.
Yeah, it's on page 167. And Liz, if you could.
Yeah, just the total capital budget expenditure-wise is 7.7 million. It's the basic things that we normally do. Some of this is dedicated revenue, like streets and drainage. How that works is whatever is excess over the operating of streets and drainage gets moved into this because it is dedicated per the millage, so we can't spend it on anything else. So that's just what that balance is. We have citywide building maintenance, so that's general services. That's just the day-to-day maintenance of our facilities, minor repairs. Recreation capital's at 540. And then you have all the dedicated Lake Town, Rivertown, DMV, and the Veterans Corridor, which is all your right-of-way leases. So all your right-of-way leases on vets is dedicated to be spent on improvements on vets. The councilmanic funds, we have IT capital, code enforcement. The elevator at their building is in much needed repair. I don't even think it's functional right now, so that's to fix that. The AP Clay Center, we're continuing to set aside funds to be able to rebuild. New vehicles, 200,000 towards that. So there are a lot of departments that need vehicles, and we do our best to try to allocate as we can. For those, you have fires, allocations, and allotments that they do every year. Public Works has a match funds of $2 million. It's the most expensive out of the capital budget, but that's all those projects that Jose fights hard for that we have 25% matches on. That is for that. So in order to move forward on all those projects, we have to set aside money for that. A bucket truck for the streetlights division, and then we all talked about the PONTCHARTRAIN Center and their needs. So the HVAC system needs to be repaired, so $1 million for that.
Councilman Lahat?
The PONTCHARTRAIN Center build-out, the $5 million that we're getting from the Pelicans, how is that working in terms of when it's coming in?
So it doesn't come, okay, so the way it works is that the city will pay the invoices as they come in, and they will reimburse us for our cash-wise, and then whatever number we agree on a final, that's the payback number. So they're basically advancing us, giving us a loan for the money, and we're paying it back. They're getting rent credits. So instead of paying us rent, that money goes towards what they already paid us to improve our building.
So it's not a bond or anything, it's just...
Well, we are going to bond commission because technically it's debt. So Thursday, we're on the agenda for bond commission.
That's what... okay.
Because some language in the contract that the Pelicans just weren't comfortable with that are in our normal contracts, where if the money isn't allocated in the budget, it kind of gives us an out on some things. So instead, they wanted us to treat it like debt, which meant we had to go to bond commission.
Okay.
So it is debt. If we kick them out, we will owe them that money. So.
Understood. Okay. So the timeline's still good for getting it
Yep,
done by the
everything's
fall?
going
Okay.
good. We were able to issue that notice to proceed right away that next day. Legal got everything done, so everything's going well.
Okay. Any other questions? Oh, sorry, didn't look to the right side.
Yes, the 133, that's our casino money?
That is your casino money. That is, the conservative number I do think it will be higher than that, but like we've done every year, we amend the budget and then give y'all the difference once we get that true up. So we won't know what that is until usually like July-ish, end of July, I'll get that last check from them. And then at that point, we'd amend the budget to increase. So it's, you know, a lot easier in best practice for us to amend to give than to try to claw back after, you know, something drastic happens and we don't hit our revenue numbers. So yeah, that's where y'all are today.
Okay, what about the money we had? It rolls over
Correct.
into that?
All those capital accounts roll over.
Okay, what about our discretionary fund?
That
Our
is the
discretion-
same. That's the same.
Not that one, the other one we get for supplies.
No,
maybe.
you don't spend it, it goes back into the general fund.
So how much would that be? I don't see it. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong.
That was the operating budget that Natalie asked, if y'all
Oh,
had
okay.
any questions. Let's see. So yours is $8,784.
8,000, okay.
That's page 28 for yours. And everybody gets that except that larges get a little bit more, just if anyone had a question. Yeah. You'll be losing that though. You'll go on the floor.
I haven't spent any of it anyways.
Liz, the only question I got to ask you is, with the Esplanade Mall, how much money do we have that they owe us in taxes? And what taxes do we have out there, an estimate that
There
is
weren't that
owed?
many. They caught up on a good bit of it. I'd have to rerun the numbers. It's been a while since I ran it, but it wasn't that much. Basically what they're doing, so Kenner allows our businesses, property owners, 3 years to pay. And then that third year, we take you to tax sale. So they are being strategic, and they will pay right before we take them to tax sale. So it's not that much owed. They're just like maybe 3 years behind, and their assessed value has decreased significantly, so we're not expecting that much revenue anyway.
Are we talking hundreds of thousands?
100,000 maybe, 80,000, something like that.
Yeah, and what about like properties that we have liens up against, you know, for cutting grasses and things like that?
Yeah, we, a lot of the property are repeat offenders that the property's already adjudicated to the city, so we're really never gonna see that money unless there was a purpose that the city would wanna try to take over the property, but it's a long process. It has to meet certain requirements, but overall, we're doing pretty well. You know, my department, I have someone that goes out to businesses to collect personal property, and he goes all over to find you and deliver the bill to you, and so we're doing really well with that. We saw a huge decline in outstanding bills, so it's definitely working. You know, some people don't get their mail or whatever, you know, and so he also works the real estate side of things. So he'll do personal property throughout the year, and then as we get closer to a tax sale, we will send him out with bills for property owners as well.
Yeah, because I was wondering, I know there's several properties that are out there that we've torn down houses on, and we have tax liens against, and it's like,
Yeah, so oftentimes we'll get contacted where someone wants to buy the property, but the liens are high and things. So the only thing that the mayor can waive is interest. And so we usually will meet with the person and see what's their plan. And if they're putting it back out, you know, it's beneficial for us to say, okay, well, let's waive the interest. It's less they have to pay, but then they get it back on the books and taking care of the property. So we get a few of those. Some go to auction with JPSO, and we get whatever they give us type of thing. So
that's what I'm not
it's
happy
not-
with. There's no
it's
way.
not super beneficial.
It's like, oh, this is what I'm going to give you. Well, you owe me more. No, this is how much we're going to give you.
Yes, exactly. The other day we had one, and I was not too happy. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's beyond our control, more or less. Thank you so much, Liz.
No problem. Oh, real quick. So I emailed all of you what Councilman Lahad had asked for with the difference in percentage change. So y'all should have that. I did the dollar amount and the percentage change for everybody. I do have all the data going back to 2019. If anyone's interested, just give me a call or let me know, and I can email it to you just so you can see. I know the fund balance is a great concern to all of us, and we do have to, make a change, hopefully get a new revenue stream, or cut expenses. Unfortunately, we're very heavy on salaries and benefits, so that is majority of the budget. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilman Lahad?
Yeah, Elizabeth, thank you so much. So what's the salary and benefits? What's the biggest ticket item on page 12 in the summary compared to the 21 million from last year's amended budget to the proposed 9.5 million this year? I mean, what's the biggest change?
I don't think that there's a biggest change. I think there's a lot of little things that add up. So last year we went into the fund balance 12.5 and we're doing it again. So it's not that there's big changes. We're just constantly doing the same thing over and over. So if you had, $100 in your savings account in year one, you went in 50, you don't change anything. There's not more money you're getting, and you're not cutting your expenses. You're going to go another 50, and now you have no savings. So that's what we keep doing. We're going into, we were doing really well, but we really just shifted. We corrected fire, but there's other departments too, and we're just shifting that need to other departments. So the funding formula for the police department is an issue. We've talked to the chief, and we're trying to work to come up with something better, something that 100% they need that money. It's majority salary and benefits. We don't want to take away, but at what point we're not going to be able to fund next year's budget if we don't do anything, because you're left with 9.5 million in your fund balance. Well, the police took 9.5 out of our fund balance this year, so then that's it. You're not going to have 12 million to fund every department.
What did they take last year?
10.
Okay, so the fund balance before, okay, so 25, 34, then went to 21, then it went to 9.
Yeah. So it's just going in 12 every, time.
Okay, I might take that data from you about going back those years. If you
Okay,
email
I'll
that
send
me.
it to everybody
That's
just
fine.
so y'all have it. And then if y'all have any questions, just let me know. I know your comment earlier about Friday's meeting, but happy to meet with y'all to do whatever changes. I am out all next week though, because I thought we were, I was hoping the budget was passed, so I took the week off. But we have another week in between the way the meetings fall, so it should be enough time.
We're going to move to continue it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for all your time.
Okay, Liz, just one problem. Are we in a deficit? No.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
So technically, we have to have a balanced budget. That's per the Budget Act. And we are balanced because we are using our savings, our fund balance. But we are running in a deficit.
That's it.
Any additional comments, questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
20 minutes to spare.